All right, and now I'm also recording on OBS too, just as a backup. All right, why don't we go ahead and do some introductions? This is yet another community live play game run by myself, Fat Crab, also known as Micah Shalom Kesselman. I publish a few Foundry products too, but that's not important. So we are going to run a game with our two players for this session, Arkellis and Dilapidated. And I will let you guys introduce yourself before we get into it.
Sure, I'm Achilles, or Giri Raman. I'm also one of the mods for the Genesys community. Yeah, and I'm coming at you from the Kingdom of Denmark in Europe. Far, far away.
Getting a broad representation across the globe. Who are you playing, Arkellis?
I am playing Thornscound Artanath Emberbach, who's a Kurnoth hunter. So he's basically a living tree.
All right.
Yes.
All right, and yeah, Dilapidated?
Hi, I'm Dilapidated. I'm Quinn. I am from the UK. I am going to frantically dig up my character sheet so I can remember how to pronounce my own name in the game. I think it's Matrath. That's it. There's a little generator in one of the Warcry supplements, and I rolled up the name on that.
Oh, nice. It's pronounced however you decide it's pronounced, so.
Who is a grumpy old lady who throws magic fish at people.
All right, fantastic. And yes, we will be delving into the shadowed lands of Ulgu today as our heroes, champions, protagonists escort a Dawnbringer Crusade, these resettlement caravans, out into the formerly chaos-controlled wilds of the mortal realms. So with that, why don't we go ahead and get right into it? Actually, hold on. Let me just find my soundboard. Okay, now why don't we go ahead and get right into it? So we open with a sort of crawl across the screen. The Dawnbringer Crusades have set out across all the mortal realms in response to Sigmar's call to resettle lands once held by the forces of chaos. In Ulgu, an ancient realm of shadow under a black sky, the latest crusade has set out from Misthaven, a grand caravan of scoundrels, nobility, opportunists, and those for whom the new home at the end of this treacherous journey represents one last hope at a life of more than suffering and servitude. Though Sigmar has deployed some meager forces of Stormcast Eternals to safeguard the myriad processions across the lands, the lives of mortals are of little priority to beings reforged as immortal living weapons for Sigmar's great wars. A new class of mercenary has arisen, those whose souls have been emboldened, be it from the residual energies of soul bindings, divine experiments on the reforging of souls, manipulations by chaos of the very ethereal magics that bind the realms, or one of the infinite other known and unknown cosmically consequential trials that take place across the mortal realms. Less than soulbound, but yet more than meek mortal, the emboldened have begun offering their services to all manner of entity, including a Dawnbringer Crusade, making its way from Misthaven to a new life in the shadowed depths of the Ulguan frontier. Along the way, the pilgrimage finds itself under dire threat. In the oily forests of unsettled Ulgu, a great company of Skaven have brought the procession to a halt, and the crusade fights for its very survival. Free guild members bravely try to fend off wave after wave of onslaught. Of marauding Skaven onslaught. Any who can hold a weapon do so and understand that they likely face their doom, while those who cannot scurry, hide, and mostly scream in terror at this horrid undoing. The Stormcast escort has not yet arrived, and at this point it seems the caravan's journey will be cut short. However, a small group of emboldened hold a line of makeshift barricades for as long as they can, knowing every precious second at the front line could very well be their last. And now we turn to our emboldened protagonists. The camera zooms in, panning across the oily forests of Ulgu, and then focuses in on the two of you, an Ideneth with ethereal sea escort sort of billowing around you, and a living thorn scout tree holding tight between two makeshift barricades on either side of you guys. Behind you are the scurrying, frantic, terrified mortals of the caravan. And before you is an endlessly expanding, seething swarm of Skaven clan rats, seemingly without end or border. What do you guys do? And I'll put on some mood music.
So we have barricades on our left and right, Skaven in front of us, and people we're trying to protect behind us, is that right?
Yes, precisely. And the barricades on either side of you are very makeshift in nature. They are literally chairs, tables, anything relatively solid that could be lashed together at a moment's notice to provide some sort of barrier against the onslaught.
I'm going to look at the table you provided for magic and see if I can erect a barrier of some sort to provide a bit more defense.
All right, perfect. And while you're looking at that, what is Adrenanth doing?
There you go. I'll probably shout to the humans. Are they mainly humans? The
Yes,
caravan behind us?
The Dawnbringer Crusades are mostly humans. Humans are the most plentiful of the species in the mortal realms. But there's also Dwarden, or dwarves, and elves mixed into into the whole thing.
I'll signal them to take cover and keep their heads down, and probably trying to survey the area, scout, and see how many are coming towards us.
All right, awesome. Why don't you go ahead and roll an average perception check? So 2 purples for doing that survey. What is okay? I'm back to Matrith.
Rolling dice in, by the way.
Sorry.
What room are we rolling dice in?
If you're rolling from Discord, you should be able to roll from the game prep room, but otherwise you can
Is it easiest if I use browser?
Sorry?
Is it easiest if I use browser? I'm happy with either.
Yeah, I would just use the browser. I'll drop the link into the game prep room again.
Sorry for interrupting.
So, yep, no worries. No, you're not interrupting. You're playing. That's totally fine. Go ahead. That is the link. So if you click on that, that should take you to the game board, and then you can set up your rolls through RPG sessions. Okay. Yes.
I can't see a thing.
Yeah, Adrian, it's the seething tide of vermin Skaven is it's too thick for you to even really, you can't even really differentiate individual Skaven. It's almost like just a sea of black furred flesh before you, sort of undulating as they crash upon your barricades and makeshift defenses. With that advantage, though, you notice that the barricades are holding relatively tight. So the Skaven that are making it to the front line are fairly meek. They're clan rats. They're not particularly trained or strong or anything like that. So when they slam into these makeshift barricades, though it shakes the barricade and a bit, it doesn't actually seem to be causing any damage. They're holding fast.
Fantastic.
So I looked, and I can cast a barrier spell, so I would like to cast that across the area and, like, directly that we are defending between the two barricades, kind of shore that up.
Perfect. Okay. And I think so. That would just be a basic barrier cast, I think, right? So I will mostly leave it to you to figure out the spell difficulties. I trust you, just because.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to bounce between the spell charts back in the game.
I've got yellow, green, green, and grey, which is what I'm using, and I believe spell checks are normally average unless DM says otherwise.
It should be barrier should have a specific average spell check. So if you look at if you go to the actually I can bring this up and I can send you the link too. So this chart that I just gave you, which listeners can't see, but it's the Genesys ref.netlify.app utility, shows you the basic information of how to play the game, which is very convenient and nice.
I should really know it by now, but it's so good.
No worries. So it looks like barrier is easy difficulty by default.
Awesome.
So it would be 1 purple, and remember you also are using shadow magic or gray magic, and you're an Ulgu, so you get a boost by virtue of Ulgu being suffused in Ulgu and gray magic.
It's that 1 blue die. No.
1 blue die, yes.
Cool. 1. Okay. Oh, that. Oh. Okay.
Well, you do get 5 advantages with that, which, as far as I'm concerned, I basically let that work just like a triumph, because that's just a huge stack of advantages. So if you want to do sort of scene-changing sort of addendum, you can do that. You obviously fail the spell cast, so I think your barrier sort of, you begin to cast it, and as the barrier begins to take form at the last minute, it just snaps out of existence and isn't able to come fully into fruition.
I think one thing I'd like to do with that is that when this kind of wall of shadow, basically the identity have this misty fog that's incredibly thick.
Sure.
Makes it really hard for people to see through to them. So I start to summon, Maltroth starts to summon that up, and it kind of holds its shape for a second and then explodes outwards. And I would like that to kind of send the front wave of Skaven flying back, as this magical energy just kind of doesn't hold its form, but it pops, and the force of that staggers them.
Yeah, awesome. I like. Okay, perfect. Yeah. So as it sort of the sort of ethereal sea begins to condense and mist into a solid form, and then, like you said, it suddenly just pops. But the concussive force is an actual physical popping. One lets loose the mist, applying a setback on visual things for the Skaven as they try and go back through it, but also sends them reeling back into their front line, giving you guys a little bit of breathing room. That's perfect. And at this point, because I'm not going to have this be a full combat encounter, because in playtesting this yesterday, I realized that full combat encounter for this actually takes forever. So I'm going to have you do a real quick roll. Each of you do a vigilance roll against the Skaven's brawl. So 2 purple. So if you select your character on the left side of the browser app, you should be able to choose a... Oh, okay, you got it. Sorry. Cool.
Yeah, 4 successes.
Okay, wow. Okay. So, all right. So the way that roll was going to work is that was going to sort of be your failures were going to be the number of wounds and strain that you have taken up to this point as we jump into it in media res. But you guys, emboldened souls as you are, have been able to flawlessly hold off the tide of Skaven as they approach you. I think with the advantage, I'll say that you do notice an additional thing. Adrian, as you were surveying the field, one other thing that caught your eye is that the clouds, though Ulgu's clouds and skies are black in general, seem even thicker than usual. They are pregnant with oncoming storm, and a light rain begins to fall, and you see clouds condensing in specific spots in the sky. And with that, very shortly after you notice that, you suddenly hear... how many successes did you get? There we go. 4 successes. 4 massive bolts of lightning arc down from these condensed points in the sky. And Stormcast Eternal arrive. Your reinforcements have finally arrived when it looked most dire. The impact of their arrival sends Skaven sailing through the air for hundreds of feet anywhere around wherever they impact, and the impacts are across this sea, this undulating sea of verminkind. And they almost, without hesitation, immediately just launch into a full-on assault on the Skaven and basically obliterate them before your eyes with an efficiency that is second only to its mercilessness.
Maltra just stands back and watches with supreme pleasure at this because she utterly hates Skaven. And seeing a bunch of armored people just teleport down and smash their way through an entire horde of Skaven, it's like, yes, this is the perfect way this day could have gone. Just taking it in.
I'll help some of the caravan people instead while you're watching the destruction.
Oh yeah, I guess technically we should do that.
Yeah, I like that. No, I think that's perfect. Yeah, the Ideneth stands there just relishing the scene while the Sylvaneth quietly turns back to protecting life. Because for Sylvaneth, that is also one of the key things, that sort of the green song that the goddess of nature and life, Alariel, sings and connects all of them, binds them into the sort of quasi-gestalt mind, is this sanctity of life. So I think that's very appropriate. And we will quickly move on then. As you go back into, the scene sort of fades out and we return later in the day, the Skaven having been held off, the Stormcast Eternals, not even breaking a sweat, or whatever it is that Stormcast do that is the equivalent of sweating. We see Matrath and Adrananth proceeding through the general encampment as various caravanners, pilgrims, are doing repairs as best they can, looking for those that may have gotten lost in the skirmish, or simply just collecting themselves. It is a sight of not chaos anymore, but the sort of the calm chaos post-catastrophe. Nevertheless, you are cutting your way through the camp and walking to a blood-red tent. In that tent, as you enter, you see a Kaneite priestess, a daughter of Kane, in the middle of the tent. They have been the Daughters of Kane, this witch cult that worships the ascendant goddess Marathi. The ascendant twin-aspected goddess Marathi Kane, goddess of now, the murder goddess. She has taken the mantle of murder god from Kane. They have agreed to escort some of these crusades to their settlement locations as they continue to sort of work with Order and work with Sigmar. But they also, of course, have their own aims and ambitions, and tensions are always tight. So as you see the Cainite priestess in the middle of the tent, the 4 Stormcast Eternals stand to the side, emotionless and mostly uninterested in the spat that is going on between the priestess and a handful of Sigmarite zealots that are there in their sort of very aesthete robes, cudgels and thorned crowns that they wear in their fanatical worship of Sigmar. You walk in. There is also a group of Skaven prisoners chained in the back of the tent, and as you enter, one of the zealots is turning red in the face and shouting at the Cainite priestess. You would besmirch Sigmar's holy resettlement with your witch magics for what, prognostication? And the priestess turns to him and says,
You said, sorry, Sigmarite. We do not care for this so-called holiness of your god. All we care about is that we grant blood to our goddess Marathi Kane. What would you have us do? Let you die in useless slaughter to the Skaven tides? Let us take these sacrifices and we will find the way.
Are you guys at this point? You guys have a moment to react or respond, or are you going to? Or you can also just sit back and bear witness to this.
I'm going to, because Maltrath is a very old mage at this point. She kind of, and also because she's an elf, she assumes that any situation she walks into, she will be in charge of, and everyone else will just acknowledge that that's the right way things go. So she's going to walk into this tent and go, "Hold, blood dabbler. What do the Sigmarites propose to do with the filthy vermin?"
Oh, I did not realize the Ideneth had sent their legions to assist as well, but they would do nothing. They would simply let them go or kill them for the sake of getting rid of an inconvenience, though their blood could fill the cauldron and give us visions that we need. It's because they are weak and pathetic.
Then by all means, let us take the more painful option.
I am glad we are of similar mind.
Adrananth, are you okay with this?
No. But he's, I think his branches are kind of stuck in the entrance of the tent, so he's probably shaking a little bit, trying to get inside, murmuring something about, but we are the invaders here. We should probably just focus on moving along, getting to where we are supposed to be.
Yeah, and I think as you're struggling through the tent, yeah, when you say we are the invaders too, that at that point it's sort of it triggers the Sigmarite zealot, especially at the same time, especially as Matrath is very clearly going along with this plan, and he just loses his composure completely and and dashes forward. Time slows down for a moment in the sort of cinematography of the scene, and we see him raising his cudgel high above his head, face red with rage as he attempts to swing it down on the Kaneite priestess. You both have a moment to react.
I mean, this isn't a newbie Kaneite priestess, is she?
No, she is a very old Kaneite priestess.
I'm going to watch.
I will try and draw my sword very quickly and sort of parry the cudgel or whatever it is. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, roll coordination or athletics. I leave it up to you.
Yep.
It'll be that's gonna be a hard roll though, because you're sort of trying to leap. You're 3 purple with a setback, because you're both trying to like leap into this mid thing, and you're also behind. You're just like straight up behind the Sigmarite.
And you're entangled with the tent, aren't you?
Yeah, and
Yes.
you're sort of like it is like goofy entanglement. You're in your own fight already with the flaps of the tent.
Yeah, and he's pretty tall, so I think he's probably still stuck pathway in the entrance.
So okay, yeah. Well, we did that 2 setbacks though.
Perfect. So hard difficulty with 2 setbacks
Yes, exactly.
coming up.
So you reach out to stop him as this scene proceeds along. Matrath, I can only imagine. Maybe you're not physically like raising your hands up to your mouth in giddy excitement, but that is at least that's the mood you're putting out right now.
I get to watch a master at work here.
Exactly,
It's
and Adrananth, you try to reach out and stop the attack, but he just slips right past your fingers as you are pulled back by the tent flaps against your branchlers. And with a 2 threat, just take that as strain, actually, because you're as you get the whiplash from being pulled back suddenly.
Adrananth, what are you doing?
I'm obviously stuck. Yeah.
Well, stop it.
Perfect. And yeah, as we see this, time speeds back up, and with the back of her hand, we see the Priestess of Kane just sort of do a very gentle looking backhanded slap, and it looks at first like it's just across the air in front of the Sigmarite zealot, but his cudgel drops out of his hand. He stops dead in his tracks, quite literally, as it turns out, as a crimson smile opens up across the front of his neck, across his jugular, and an arterial spray pops out and just drenches the Kaneite priestess in blood. She raises her hands to her face, to her mouth, relishing in the spray of freshly murdered blood, and says,
That is fine. Then your request for clemency on the Skaven vermin is graciously accepted, my Sigmarite friend. We will still have our visions. I'm sure Sigmar thanks your faithfulness.
and soon after, she begins to mumble, not mumble, but mutter very quietly ancient Kaneite prayers, and undulates in the flickering torchlight. Her eyes soon roll back in her head, and she begins to talk in tongues. In between the tongues, though, you hear her say,
The stormvault hidden in the umbra of
Sigmar's ancient wanderings.
hides nearby. Glorious futures within. Find it.
Save us.
and it mostly continues like that as her voice vacillates between these two tones, the Ulguan magic and the Kaneite magics of prophecy seethe in her blood.
Can
Huh?
can I see if the Stormcast reacts at all to this?
Yes. So the Stormcast, all these Stormcasts, for one, in case I did not mention it, have the metal faceplates that is common among the Stormcast. They are expressionless by design and armor in this situation. But you can also just tell from their demeanor that this has, for the most part, been uninteresting to them. Again, they do not really have empathy for the mortal turmoils anymore. But as soon as you do notice, though, as soon as the Kaneite priestess mentions a storm vault, the Stormcast all look directly at her, and even through the expressionless face of their masks, you can tell that they are held in rapt attention. After she is done, one of them, the Stormcast with a gold mask, I think, steps out and turns to you.
There is a storm vault nearby. You will investigate this. We do not have time to dally from Sigmar's orders of escorting the crusade, but emboldened such as you are, you can at least go and retrieve the gifts of Sigmar that he is clearly laying for us from this storm vault.
And what is a storm vault?
In character or...
Yes. Collecting himself from the floor and
Oh,
pulling
great!
the last part of tent out.
Great Sigmar, in his ancient travels across the realms, when he first arrives in these mortal realms, he found objects of great power. Those objects he deemed dangerous for mortals to use unassisted, and placed them in vaults, storm vaults across the lands, until such a time as they could be used again. Clearly, if this witch priestess is defining this location, Sigmar must have wanted us to find this storm vault.
Then it would seem prudent to obey, and it might be educational to see what the lightning god considers quite so valuable as to bury in such a darkened hovel as this.
And this vision, did it have any directions?
She gave you detailed directions in her ramblings. The directions, though, of course, are of a very sort of esoteric nature. It is, go deep into the black forests for so many paces, or for such and such an amount of time until you see a certain landmark of Sigmarite design. When you get to that landmark, do these particular steps as you walk around. But you have been given sufficient direction.
It's fine. The town of Ulgu has like 13 words for black forest, so we know quite specifically this one.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's so many ways of describing dark woods. It's incredible.
Should I have taken 2 strain when I tried to cast that barrier spell?
Oh, yes. Thank you for remembering that.
Done.
And actually can get rid of these clan rats because they are no longer... They dead. So, yes, unless you have any other questions with that, we will move to the next scene.
Are the Stormcasts coming with us?
As I said, we do not have time to dally from our mission to Sigmar, but surely emboldened souls, as you are, such as yourselves, can do a simple retrieval
I hope that the storm god feels similarly. Good days to you.
Sigmar bless you.
Or whatever. I don't know what Stormcast Eternals say. I'm sure they have something like that they say.
Tally ho.
Yeah, tell you. Sigmar ho. Sorry, was Adrananth gonna say anything? I didn't mean to cut you off there.
He'll just ask Matrat
Matter.
to please hold the tent.
Oh, as you
Oh, right. Mattress sighs and uses her staff to kind of hold up the entrance a bit higher. Off you go.
Thank you.
You go.
As the scene closes with you sort of very unceremoniously making your way out of the tent, and the Stormcast's face is utterly expressionless, but you can somehow feel sort of an almost nervous sigh from them, and the Canaanite priestess sort of rolls her eyes and then unsheathes a long, wicked dagger blade and turns back to face the Skaven prisoners. But we don't see what results from that as the tent flaps sort of close and we transition scenes. Now, at this point, a day has passed. You are not going immediately to the Stormvault. You are able to sort of take the time and rest and recuperate from the battle a little bit, so you can clear out your strain.
Cool.
And normally, if you had taken wounds, you would have been able to just heal one wound. However, you guys are too good of protagonists and took 0 wounds. So we return to a scene with you guys the next day, both of you healthy and hale, as you do a thing that I wrote down and I need to read. There we go. As you descend into this storm vault, you follow the directions of the witch to a T and are able to find the storm vault, which seems not necessarily magically hidden, though there's presumably divine magics involved, but more that it's hidden behind weird geometries that don't make sense to the mortal mind. Nevertheless, you find the storm vault and its enormous shadow stone doors. They open before you as you approach, and you go down the stairwell into the darkness. We see you guys emerge from the dark stairwell. Sure, the right one. There we go. To see a vaulted grand hall. It's a large room. 6 spear-wielding Sigmarite statues of hard shadow stand in alcoves in a long room. Between you and the other side of that room stands a great tile floor with runes etched into the tiles. The statues of shadow that flank the runic tiles each stare down at the floor. In the horizontal center of the room, and right at the edge of the tiles, stands a large coiled device made of copper and metal. The slight scent of ozone permeates the room, which is otherwise silent and still. What do you do?
I'm gonna reach out into a small satchel and put a lantern up in one of the branches.
I love it. Perfect.
Slowly lighted to sort of shine a little bit more light. I don't know where else the light comes from here, but
it is very dark, as is sort of seems to be the MO in Ulgu, but with your branch-held lantern, it fills the room with sufficient light that you will not suffer any setbacks on checks in the room due to vision issues.
what do you make of this?
I find the Sigmarite decor most tiresome. So hammers, lightning bolts, hammers, lightning bolts. It's only been here 5 minutes and I've already got a headache. Let's just get the accursed thing and get out of here. Maltreth strides forwards with that same confidence of before, that whatever obstacles she meets will acknowledge her superiority.
Sure. When you say stride forward, are you are you going past the copper and metal machine and across the tiles in the middle of the room?
I thought the machine is what was like artifacty. Am I wrong in that?
The machine is bolted to the floor. It almost seamlessly seems built into the floor itself. Yeah, and it stands between you and this tile floor in the middle of the room.
Okay. In that case, I would like to step forward to take a closer look at the machine.
Sure.
Could I roll some sort of knowledge roll, whichever you feel is most appropriate, to see if I recognize anything about this?
You don't even need to roll them. If you're just trying to like see if you know the origins of the machine, if there's a historical sort of historicity to the machine that you can recognize, you don't need to roll a knowledge check for that. I think it's very clearly an ancient device. It does not seem familiar or like anything you've seen before in the realms. There's maybe some vague hints of Dwarden engineering, but it still is definitely in a different league of design and artifice than even the Caradron overlords would be able to perform now.
In that case, can I summon a fish and send it to touch the machine?
Sure, yeah, that's a, actually, I don't think utility magic, you don't even need to roll for that, right?
It is one difficulty, but it's kind of up to you.
I think in this situation, you're just basically summoning like a fish probe. There's no special things with the fish.
A little kind of minnow to just go prod it with your nose.
Yeah, so you summon this little minnow fish, and it materializes into existence. And again, I think that you always have like a little bit of the ethereal sea hovering around you, and it just sort of like a it goes to the edge of the ethereal sea, floating in seemingly mid-air, but the air is a little thicker around you, and then a little bubble of the ethereal sea sort of pops out, and it sort of swims forward through the air, in a very Nemo-esque fashion, and approaches the machine. Nothing seems to really happen when it approaches the device itself.
Maltreth seems almost disappointed, but kind of goes, well done, off you go, and kind of ushers it back under her cloak.
Maybe you should summon a lightning if you can.
Summon a what?
A lightning? To start it up?
I'm not sure that would be in either of my domains with beasts and shadows, would it?
Lightning would... It would be a so it would be an attack spell, I think, for shadows. But it is sort of out of domain. So I would do an upgrade, and I would just upgrade the difficulty. I think twice actually, because it's significantly out of domain.
If you don't want to do anything, then I will try that as a player in.
Oh, I can. This is just a path, right? You can go. What is beyond the machine and the tile floor?
So on the other side of the machine and the tile floor, yes. But I guess with you putting the lantern on your branchlers, you see the there's another stone door on the other side of the room, barely at the edge of the lantern's light. This is clearly an entry room of some sort.
And the runes, are there anything to be read from them?
That's a good question. And also, I'm trying to find a little...
I'll go to the edge at least and sort of look at them.
Sorry, I'm just. I need a little note thing here, real quick. Okay. Actually, I don't know why I'm taking notes by hand right now. I have one note open literally right next to me. But either way, So you can definitely, So the tiles, like I said, they're in between these alcoved 6 Sigmarite shadow stone statues on either side that are looking down at the tile floor. The tiles themselves, as you approach the tiles and try and investigate them further, please make a. It would be a daunting knowledge mortal realms check if you want to try to understand the runes on the floor.
Well, he's looking at the runes and saying, Matra, maybe you're more trained in these runes than I am. Can you read any of this?
Devoted my life to many, many studies, and it was an awfully long life. Never have I wasted my time on the babblings of cloud chasers. Look at this rubbish. You really think there's something worthwhile in here?
Well, somebody took their time in carving these. They must have some significance.
She is desperately covering up for not having to say, I don't know. So. I'm quite certain you're wrong. I've met many Stormcast and none of them have had anything valuable to say. Let's just continue on. It's not worth it. I don't have any ranks in Mortal Realms, so it would just be 3 green for me, but if you've got better than that, it might be worthwhile. Otherwise, I'm happy rolling
it. Your 3 green is much better.
Okay.
So yeah,
one thing I would like to try and notice maybe at the same time is these the 6 statues, are they looking anywhere particular on the tiles? Maybe 1 rune each, or
that is also a very good question. Also, I just added the story points to the board, so if you want to use them, you can start using them. The statues, you can, if you want to sort of see anything interesting about the statues, that would be an average perception check.
I'll do that while Matra figure out the runes.
All right.
I will. Did you say daunting knowledge check?
Yeah, it'd be a daunting knowledge check to translate the runes.
Is daunting 4 or 5?
4.
3, 4. Okay. Oh wow! I actually know what I'm doing.
And
This is
I am too.
Wow, that is these are both surprisingly great rolls. So cool, perfect. So with the Matrith, you as you look at the runes, first things you do realize you can understand them. It is an ancient. The runes are not a Sigmarite necessarily in origin. They're an ancient, almost proto-Duardan dialect of rune. However, you are able to discern amongst the tile runes a very old prayer to Sigmar that is sort of mixed up among the tiles in the runes. So you can actually identify that. At the same time, and I'll figure out what I'm going to do these threats in a second. At the same time, Adrananth, while Matrath is focusing on these tiles, you look to the shadow stone statues, and first you realize that they are each holding a functional weapon. The weapons that they are holding are not merely decorative or part of the stone. They are just straight up shadowed weapons. You also, and perhaps more importantly, realize that the shadow statues are staring. They're each staring at distinct and different tiles on the floor.
The tiles they're staring on, they hold runes, or they're just
Runes, yeah,
weapons?
runic tiles. They're each staring at distinct rune tiles on the floor.
These are real weapons. Points to one of them, and they're looking at particular runes. Maybe it's some sort of order to them.
So is all I can make out from the runes that there is a prayer to Sigmar mixed in with them?
So, were you asking a question? I missed the first half of that. You can make out from the runes that there is a prayer to Sigmar amongst the runes. Like, there's a certain sequence of runes that goes through the floor that has a prayer to Sigmar. That is a prayer to Sigmar, if you put them in sequence.
This was a waste of time. It is just more of that babbling prayers. Oh, thank you, Storm God. We love you, Storm God. This is a complete waste of time. Just a prayer. See, there.
As Matreth points that out, you realize that those specific tiles are also the ones that the statues are individually looking at.
So maybe walk the prayer as a respect to whoever built this.
My respect for whoever built this ran out in the stairwell, but I will humor you on this one.
Let's try. I'm gonna try and walk the prayer then.
Okay, you're the tall one.
And because he's so tall, he kind of steps very carefully on each tile.
Like skipping across.
Yeah, but he has to concentrate on not taking these long strides that he used to do.
Yeah, sure. I imagine it almost looks like a dressage, like with like the horse dancing, where you're like raising your knees up really high. Yeah, perfect. You don't need to roll a coordination check or anything like that because that'd be just ridiculous because you're just walking, and you safely make it across the tile floor. As you reach the other side, the large stone doors, you hear a click in the mechanism, and they roll open, revealing another dark hallway that you can't see into quite yet before you.
Matreth uses her ether seed to kind of have that eye roll inducing elven grace where you just hop from place to place and it looks completely effortless, but you know they're doing it with magic, and if they didn't have the magic, they'd need tons of physio. So she just skips across the tiles quite easily in your wake.
All right, and you similarly make it across without any undue issue or harassment from the various contraptions that may or may not be in the room.
Okay.
So at this point, you can leave the room now. The way is open before you, or if there's anything else you want to do in the room, that is also available to you.
I didn't spot anything else of note.
Unless you want the shadow weapon.
Oh, that's a point. I'm not a melee character, so I will pass that up, I think.
What kinds of weapons are they holding?
So they are each holding a narratively appropriate for your particular character long arm of some sort, be it a scythe, spear, halberd. They're holding a variety of different weapons. But it is a shadowed weapon. If you attempt to retrieve one, I can give you the stats, but you don't get the stats unless you grab the weapon.
I will, out of curiosity. This is more just the closest one to the edge we're on now, whatever it is.
All right.
Just to look at it, I think.
Cool. So there's no difficulty in grabbing it at this point because you know which tiles to avoid. But what is what type of weapon are you grabbing? Is it a scythe or a spear?
A scythe, probably. Thinking about the
Kurnoth,
I think the
yeah.
Kurnoth, yeah. So he's probably curious about that.
Yeah, it's sort of weird that Sylvaneth are really all about scythes, considering scythes are mostly for harvesting plants,
That's
but
weird, yeah.
whatever. This is the weapon you get. It is a shadowed scythe, heavy melee weapon. It's +5 damage, 4 crit, and has engaged range, but it also has this Ravenous Shadows effect. With Ravenous Shadows, you add a boost to combat checks, and it gains extending, which increases the range to short, once you have killed or defeated a target in an encounter. It also has Vicious 2. Further, as an action, you can deplete the liquid shadows in the weapon to make an opposed discipline versus resilience check against a target in short range. If that check is successful, the target is overcome by shadows and is blinded for the remainder of the encounter. To replenish it, you'll need to dip the weapon into a pool of liquid shadows, effectively meaning you use this, it's out of shadows for this adventure, and it also means that the Ravenous Shadows, it will still maintain the Vicious 2, but it won't have Ravenous Shadows if you deplete it.
All right. Probably studies it for a while.
You're like a little boy on Soul Harvest, aren't you?
And he looks to the statue and says, "I'll just take this along." He puts it somewhere in branch things. Yeah.
And then you do like the very anime thing where you're like, you just sort of throw it onto your back and it just somehow, it sticks onto your back somehow. Yeah.
I imagine most of his items are just hanging from these branches. Yeah.
I feel it's like like the mid-noughts to 2000 teens MMO style of where it just sort of like hovers gently on your back. There's no straps that you can see, but perfect. So yeah, you are at this point. Are you going to move on to the next room, or are you still investigating here? All right, we move on to the next. We move on to the next room. In the next room, after some traveling, we return to your characters, and we find Matrith and Adrananth in another room. You find yourselves in an obsidian labyrinth, walls stretching into an abyssal sky dozens of feet above you. Your reflection, distorted by the sharp contours and harsh edges of the obsidian glass wall, looks back at you, or past you. It is difficult to tell for sure. As you look back down the hall you came from, there stands a pale woman with her back to you. Her matted hair drapes down over gaunt, bare shoulders. She wears a moth-eaten black dress of some delicate fiber. She slowly lifts an arm and seems to point directly at your reflected likeness in the labyrinth walls.
No, we're behind you.
Sorry? Oh, you're talking to the woman? When you speak to her, she does not say anything, or no, she doesn't change her pose. She stays her back perfectly facing you and pointing somehow at both of your reflections, to each of your respective perspectives. She's pointing at your reflection in the obsidian glass walls. And when you speak to her, she says in response,
"Your fate is bound within your blood."
Would you like to do anything?
The figure, is she's from where we came from, or?
yeah, she appeared directly behind you. And where you came from, it no longer seems... It looks like a different hallway entirely. Like, it seems to just be more labyrinth extending.
I need to turn off my meds alarm. I will be 5 seconds. But
Sure. Adrananth, yeah, what are you... Is there anything that you would like to do?
Well, just slowly walk over to the obsidian wall and just sort of, I think, tap the reflection lightly.
Yeah, when you tap the reflection, the figure in the wall looks like you, but distorted. The face is blurred. It almost is glitching, like a bugged hologram or something. Though you, of course, would not know what a hologram is. But it has this sort of glitching effect. And when you tap the wall, rather than it reciprocating the taps, your fingertips at the point of reflection, it instead brings its finger forward and then wags its finger back and forth.
These are not reflections, I think.
That much seems clear. Can I use some knowledge magic here to see if I can tell or have heard of anything else?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll. It will be. So yeah, are you just trying to tell like if there is magic involved here, or like the specific kind of magic?
I would, from the reflections, I think Mattress assumes that there's some sort of magic involved in this room, and that the woman we've met is somehow controlling it, and she's attempting to discern exactly whether any magic or energy is involved here.
Okay, yeah. So that'd be 3 purple. So it'll be a hard check to sort of figure out see if there's any magic involved. Yeah. So you're trying to see if there's magic in the reflections, or there's magic like sort of linking the reflections to the pale woman.
I would say the latter, linking it to the woman.
Okay. Yeah, sorry if I keep asking you things you answered. Like, your audio is getting a little bit garbled for some reason every now and then. Well, with that roll, though, you're not... there is... This location is deeply, deeply suffused with Ulgu magic. It is thick in the air. It is in the very molecules that make up the material around you. It's impossible to sort of differentiate between between the different magical influences in here. You find with the 2 advantage, though. Yeah, with the 2 advantage, you I can give you a useful a piece of information, or you can use the advantage however you want.
Give me the information, yeah. Please.
Okay. Okay, cool. Your reflection, you notice, is beckoning you to come forward with one hand, and with its other hand, it just puts it flat against the glass wall.
Does the woman have a reflection?
She does have a reflection. However, when you try to focus on her reflection, it also is just you find yourself unable to focus on both her actual form and her reflected form, and whichever one you focus on, it is just her back facing you. You never can see anything but her back facing you.
I'm going to walk up to join Adrena beside the mirror. I'm not going to touch it, though.
You're walking up to Adrenath's reflection?
No, I'm assuming our reflections are next to each other, and that Adrenath is stood in front of Adrenath, and I would like to stand in front of him.
Sorry, that the mic garbled that again. The reflections are next to each other, or?
Yeah. Oh, that's annoying. I would like to join Adrenath stood in front of our reflections.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, as you approach your reflections, the one that is sort of holding its hand up against the wall and beckoning to you, that's your reflection that's doing that. It with its free hand that's beckoning you, it has a long clawed fingernails. And it just drags one of the fingernails across its blurred cheek, though you can't tell the features of the facial features really well because of the blurring effect. It definitely draws blood, and it otherwise keeps the hand against the glass.
She said the key was in the blood.
She said that your fate is bound within your blood.
I would like to take out my dagger and nick my thumb and press the bloodied thumb against the glass on the figure's hand.
Perfect. As you do that, Adranath, you see Matrath doing this. Are you doing anything as well, or are you doing the same, or are you just watching?
He is, but slightly hesitating. He has no blood, but sap. But
Yeah.
we'll do the same.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
once he sees it, he'll sort of just nick himself slightly on the great sword, maybe, and smear it on the
Perfect. As you guys do this, the reflections, as soon as your bloodied hand makes contact with the reflective surface, I have to make sure I have the right one. Okay, here we go. The reflections push out of the surface and grab your hand, leaning forward. And you see a blurred, and even though it's blurred, you can tell that these are slightly different versions of you guys somehow that lean out and start initiative. You are now in initiative roll.
Would you like?
It will be vigilance. So I do have this thing where I'll re-roll initiatives when I'm using this in particular with cool after we start with vigilance. So every turn, it changes the order a little bit, but that's very time consuming, even through this thing. So I will not enforce it here. All right, perfect. And with that, you both find yourselves locked in combat. You start off engaged with these half-realized forms of yourselves. PC slot starts, followed by 2 NPC slots, followed by a PC slot. So you guys have first round. How would you like to proceed this combat?
Would you like to go first as the big melee character of the party?
Sure. So it's kind of grappled onto the hand, I guess.
Yeah, it's engaged. It's sort of up to you to describe how you think that it's grappled or it's engaged with you. But I think that as to start, it at least holds onto your hand like a strong handshake almost as it leans out of the obsidian glass wall.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to put the branchlets to branchlets and sort of stem against its weight, and somehow very dexterous pull out the great sword and sort of holding it in a half grip, trying to slice its arm off. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that's just a normal combat roll. It sounds like to me.
Yep.
I also like the image of like this, the Kurnoth like doing this, or like almost like elk, like fighting in mating season. You're just like antler to antler.
All right, so it's a melee heavy.
Yeah,
Any defense or setbacks?
You can go. Also, in RPG sessions, one of the cool things that you can do is click on that little ray gun on the top, on the far right, third from the top tab, and select your weapon, and then select your target, and it will apply any defense that is applicable in the situation.
All right.
And this should include a defense. Oh, actually, I know it doesn't yet because the weapon's not equipped, and that's where you got your defense from. I mean, that's where this guy got its defense from. Cool.
But I don't hit it. Yeah.
You do not hit it. As you don't hit it, it sort of just lets go of your arm, though, and steps away, sort of just dodging to the side from your blow, and says to you,
But I thought sanctity in life!
And you have 3 advantages to spend, though. How would you like to spend those advantages?
Would it be too much to get entangled with Martret's image to sort of get it off her, get her behind me?
Oh, sure. Okay, so you want to have... Do you want to get into engaged with the half-realized Matreth? Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think so like as you swing and you're doing the horn thing, it sort of you get swung yourself a little bit and you sort of pivot around, and you have Matreth right or the half-realized Matreth right behind you, who is now engaged with you and no longer engaged with Matreth. Matreth, you are at short range from any attacks. And Perfect. Then we will go to the next NPC slot, and the Matreth. Oh no! First, actually, you know what? The half-realized Adrenanth. One, he will take a maneuver and actually equip that weapon. Oh, actually, he won't need to because you have quick draw. So you may be noticing that it turns out that these are somewhat slightly modified versions of you guys, which is really nice for me as a GM that it makes making characters easier. And he should now have his melee defense applied. Very good. So that's an incidental, though, right? So he takes the maneuver. There's nothing really for him to take the maneuver to do. But so he's going to swing back at you with the great sword. I will say you do notice that he does not have the scythe that you have. He has the bow and the sword. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Engaged. Is this? Yeah, I also just realized I did not think this through super well because I use the same character images for you. So when I'm selecting the target, it's very difficult to figure out who I'm targeting. But I figured it out because I'm a basically competent GM. So the half-realized Adrenanth Emberbark, after he sort of jeers at you in response, brings his own greatsword out and swings down at you, missing. However, with that 2 advantage, he's going to pass it to... actually, let me double check what this... I think one of the things that 2 advantage works for spending is... just want to make sure I'm not doing this wrong.
Anything you're wondering?
Yeah, I was just trying to see if okay, yes, 3 advantage to give an ally a free maneuver. Right, yeah. With that 2 advantage, what he will do is he'll do what you did, basically. Because he can take a free maneuver, and he will enter into engaged with Matreth. So the half-realized Kurnoth is now in engage range with the both of you. At the same time, we move on to the half-realized Matreth and their turn. The half-realized Matreth steps back at short range, no longer engaged with anyone, which works out perfect for them. And they begin to cast a spell under their breath. They mutter something and it's warped. You just sort of and there's a 3 difficulty spell. Matreth, you realize this is not shadow magic that they are casting. Whether or not they succeed, which they fail, of course, because I can't roll for anything. But it is amber magic that they are casting. It is the beast magic, the magic of Gur, that they are casting. And that's their action. They take their maneuver and they step back even further to medium range to the both of you. And that's their turn.
I just realized that amber magic can't conjure. Oops. I have augment and attack and transform. I can transform into a fish.
Yeah, so, and to be clear, with the way the ethereal sea works, if you transform into, like, a fish or a sea creature, you're still on land. Like, you're not going to just, like, sort of turn into a whale and just, like, plop down and just die. So, just to clarify that. But yeah, it is now your turn.
That does change what I was. Oh, and I have healing as well, that's nice. So I'm currently at engage range with the Nega Adrena still.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So spellcasting is going to be difficult.
You can move away with the maneuver.
Yeah, exactly. So you can still spend a maneuver. You're not, like, entwined or anything, so you could spend a maneuver to move away.
I'm going to hop back with a maneuver then and try and augment Adrena's abilities.
Are you hopping back towards the half-realized Matreth, or are you still keeping half-realized Matreth at... Yes, she is at medium distance from you now. So you can spend that maneuver and to leave engage range, but it just depends which direct. Like, are you putting her in short, or are you going to keep her in medium? It's entirely up to you.
Put her at short, I think.
Okay, cool. So you're now short from everything, basically.
Yeah. And I'm going to try and enhance your strength with an augment spell. Spell effects for augment.
A basic augment is perfect. It's 2
Okay.
difficulty.
I was going to try and be fancy, but that works.
Yeah, I think that adds an ability to die by default, I believe, right? That's how that works.
Yes, I believe so. Augment. 2. Until the end of your character's next turn, the target increases the ability of any skill checks they make by 1, adding 1 green to all their checks.
Perfect.
So I'm going to try that with Amber. And difficulty is average.
Holy crap.
You are so strong. Strong.
So you can decide what to do while you're thinking of what to do with the triumph. You with those 2 threat. take 2 strain. So you'll take 4 strain from this as the strain. And the this place is so suffused in Ulgu and magic that it's hard for you to sort of get a hold of the amber magic that you're making use of right now. So it just takes a bit more effort than it usually does.
I
And
can
then
find a table for spending failures and despairs, but not for spending
augment, yeah.
advantages.
That's however you want to do it. How you would normally spend triumph.
Fair.
Yeah.
So it could be something completely that wasn't there before. If it's related to magic, maybe as a suggestion, maybe the augment affects yourself as well. Just a suggestion.
That would totally, you could do that.
Yeah, that would be good. I would like to do that. Give myself the strength.
All right, cool. So yeah, you get this augment as well. The magic sort of you have to strain harder, and I think that you're maybe pushing yourself more than you really thought you would have to. But as you break through, you sort of break through the wall, and not that literal wall, but you break through the mental barriers. And suddenly, the amber magic is yours to mold as you will, because you are the master of this magic. It is yours to command, and you both will gain a boost, or not boost, ability die on your next checks.
So much shark. All the shark you can take, and then more shark.
Yeah. You both turn into actual sharks. Actually, you're just now sharks. Everyone's a shark now, except for the enemies. They're still fish. They're just normal fish. Cool. And with that, are you taking you took a maneuver to jump back already? Yeah, are you taking a second maneuver? Do you want to eat the 2 strain?
Oh, can I do that with maneuver?
If you want to take a second maneuver, you could take 2 strain to take a second maneuver.
Oh, right. Sorry,
Yeah.
my bad. No, I'm good. That was my time, I think.
All right, that's fair. And we go to the second round. Kurnoth, or not Kurnoth. Ardenanth. It is Ardenanth's turn.
Well, emboldened by this amber magic, he's just gonna raise his greatsword and take careful aim at this abomination, or reflection, really, and just swing at it.
All right. Yeah, I think because it is amber magic, and well, it's not Giran magic, but it's still amber magic, which is pretty close to something that the Sylvaneth are like super about. So I feel like maybe your antlers, your branchlers sprout like additional leaves or something, as the amber magics suffuse into you. Yeah.
Yes. Sure. I'll see if I can make this. There we go.
Yep, remember to add your extra ability die, and that should account for... So you're attacking the half-realized Ardenanth, right?
Yeah,
Or-
I'm trying to get RPG sessions to do what I wanted to do. But
Oh, okay. You might need to refresh, too. Sometimes that helps.
There we go.
Make sure that what you're rolling has... it should have 2 black dice, because that has melee defense, too. Unless you have something that negates that.
It only
not
shows
showing?
that it's 1 black die, but I'll add a second as manually.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's
So,
weird. I don't
2
know why it's only showing up as 1 black dice. Or black die.
So 2 black, 2 purple, and the rest going. That's impressive.
Oof.
And for
Yeah.
the advantage, he'll just go in a more defensive position and pass on the boost to Martreth for the next turn.
Yeah, and again, as the half-realized Ardenanth sort of dances away from your blows, he just sort of...
No! What would Ilariel think of that?
And you're gonna pass the as boost to...
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I think that as you swing at the Ardeneth, you sort of draw both of their focuses towards you and away from any attention they may have been giving to Matrath for the moment. The first half realized Ardeneth will respond in kind, and he is just going to do a standard attack against you.
I should have 1 defense.
Okay, good. Engaged. Let me make sure I have the right one targeted. Thorn Scout, there we go. That dice. Okay, got it. It gets your 1 defense. It gets your defense somehow. I don't know why. Weird. Whatever. But it's working. And it's able to sort of sink its greatsword into you for 8 damage before soak.
Ouch.
But nothing special. It just slams its greatsword into you. The other NPC, the other half-realized Matrath, is going to try again to cast this spell. She is now short range from Matrath, I believe. But you see her again mumbling under her breath. That's not the right thing.
Is she casting it on me?
No, she is just casting... Oh, I had the wrong thing selected. She's just casting a spell. Not targeting anyone specific. 2 successes and a threat. The threat... What do you have anything either of you would like to do with the threat in particular? Otherwise, I'm going to apply it as strain.
Strain is fine.
Strain
All right.
sounds good, yeah.
And in rival fashion, the strain just is a wound. So, yay. But the form of the half-realized Matrath begins to shimmer and shift. Her head elongates, and suddenly she takes the form of a deep mare floating in some warped version of the ethereal sea, which gives her very different stats, by the way. Boy, me. Unfortunately, there's not a very good way of doing this, so it takes me a second. And I think...
No worries.
Okay, cool. Perfect. And we'll save. Okay, cool. So her she turns into that, and the background sound updating concluding is just a little timer notice for me to sort of try and hurry things along. So with that, she turns into this ethereal deep mare, this sort of multi-tailed seahorse-like creature with long razor-sharp teeth that the Ideneth very often ride as steeds beneath the waves and on the surface through the ethereal sea that they bring with them. They are vicious underwater predators. She spends her maneuver to move into engaged with you, Matrath, who it is now your turn.
Oh.
And recall, you still have that ability for this round.
The increased strength.
Yes.
The boost to the skill check, right?
Yep.
You can increase it for 1 more round with the maneuver to concentrate.
Yes. Yeah. Without having to make a check. That's just like a free. You just maintain it.
Would that boost both of us?
Yes.
I will say yes. I think. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure what the technical rule is written is, but yeah.
You're just maintaining the augment, really. So.
Yeah. So yeah, it applies.
For anybody it affects. Yeah.
And while I'm engaged, I can't spellcast, or it's harder to spellcast?
If you attack
it increases your difficulty if you're engaged for spellcasting, I believe. It increases the difficulty by 1.
Yeah, you have to add the close combat effect.
Okay. Because I think the lady who's being very rude with her back turned is probably the key to this combat.
You notice, the pale woman in the distance. She has not changed. She is, except with the exception, she's no longer pointing. She's just sort of standing her back to you.
Does the deep mare have any of the riding accoutrements, or is it?
No, it is. It is on. There's no saddle or gear or anything like that. Well, I'll tell you what. Actually, that's a good. If you can spend a story point, and that is something I would be fine with you sort of declaring with a story point that yes, in fact, the deep mare does. So they not only transform into a deep mare, they transform for whatever reason into a what do you call it? Not a broken, but like a domesticated deep mare.
Cool. Okay. Can I spend a maneuver to maintain the spell and grab the bridle, not the reins? That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. What are you trying to do with the rein? Are you trying to do anything in particular, or just grab onto them?
I'm trying to swing myself up onto it, but I'm not sure if I can do 2 maneuvers or if that's too strain.
You could downgrade your actions for a maneuver. If that's
I think if you're trying to like mount the if you're trying to like leap on to its back, that would be an action. It wouldn't be a maneuver.
Okay.
So you wouldn't need to spend strain for it.
I would like to spend the maneuver maintaining the spell and then do, I'm guessing,
athletics or coordination, I think. Probably athletics, because there's an element of like just physical strength that you need to be doing to wrestle this creature.
Spell how do I spend the story point in this? Is it the plus?
Oh, so it's at the top right of the screen. You might have to refresh if you haven't since I added them. There should be 2 blue icons and a red icon. Click on one of the blue icons. And that will flip it. There we go. All right, story point spent. And it will be a hard 3 purple athletics check.
And I get 1 extra green because of the spell, is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Aha, I managed it.
Good. I was really hoping that this would be successful because this is ridiculous. You are able to. Let me see what to do with that. I think what to do with that. The threat, but you.
I can think of a good one.
You have a good one? Please suggest.
As she vaults up into the saddle, her cloak gets caught on one of its barbed tails, and it can swing that about to kind of yank her around a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So you are able to like swing yourself up onto the saddle and land almost perfectly, except like you said, your cloak gets caught in its multiple tails behind it, and it thrashes about. You will just suffer a setback on your next check.
Cool.
With that, as you're sort of dealing with the consequences of that. And we go back to the top of the round, where it is Ardenon's turn. And also, to be clear, it is also you. If you decide you want to swap the order, that's how Genesys works. You can switch who's going first.
I'm going to adopt myself as a pet.
If you want to ride it out, so to speak, you're welcome to take the turn.
No, go ahead.
I'll just take a swing like last round.
Okay, go ahead.
And take an aim. It should be 2 defense because it's only adding 1.
It should be 2 defense, yeah, because he has the sword. He has the natural armor or something. It should be 2 melee defense. It just is on the sheet.
That was better.
Very good.
And I'll be boring and spend the advantage for a crit.
Totally fine. Awesome. So with 9 damage, your this is with your greatsword, right?
Yeah, Pierce of 1.
And it pierces 1. Okay, so it does 5, 6 damage after the soak. Yeah, your greatsword slams into the half-realized form of yourself, and you notice that the jeers very quickly stop. And with that crit, let's roll a crit and see what it is going to be. You sort of your sword cuts cleanly through one of its branchlets, in fact, and it just it's not really, it's just a minor nick, but it inflicts a strain. Are you using your maneuver for anything?
I did. I was aiming, but otherwise standing
Oh,
still.
right. Okay. Cool. Perfect. Roaring in response, the half-realized Ardeneth swings back. Yeah, swings back at you. I'll just do that. And it's just 1 armor, right?
1 defense, yes.
Yeah, 1 defense. Okay. And distracted by the annoyance of the minor nick of his now missing branchler, he is unable to do any damage to you. And we'll spend that advantage. And we'll spend that advantage to actually leap away from you. So he will now be at short range. And you see him actually, just because it's quick draw, see him swap to a bow. And I'm gonna say that since the half-realized deep mare form of Matrith is currently being ridden, the only action that it can take is to basically sort of buck you off of the back of them. So that is going to be a... Why don't we make that be an opposed athletics check, I suppose.
Okay.
So what is your athletics?
My athletics is just 2 green. No skill points.
Okay. You do have the opportunity to spend story points, I was going to say, if you want to use that last story
I
point.
did continue that spell, so it would be 3 green.
Oh, good catch. Yeah, I would. Interesting interaction. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, and then also you can spend that. You have 1 story point left among the player points if you want to
Go ahead.
Okay.
upgrade the check, make it even harder. Okay, cool.
Make it harder.
You can either downgrade their check, so you can turn a yellow into a green for them, or turn one of your purples into a red.
I'm going to turn one of the purples into a red.
All right.
I'll spend the thing now in the UI.
Perfect. All right. And with barely with
that was Adrenath.
huh?
Does that change anything? It says half-realized Adrenath Emberbark.
Oh, oops. Good catch. So ignore that. That's not what happened. So it actually doesn't have a yellow, but it does have a lot of green for this. Okay. Okay. So it is still able to nevertheless throw you off of its back. But as you go sailing, I think your cloak still caught in its tails. You sort of you hear whatever the equivalent of a yelp is from a deep mare as you sort of fly off the back of it. Cloak still caught in its tails. and then we will move on to. It is now your turn, though, as you land on the ground.
Does that add like a black to its defense?
Oh, wait, actually, you know what? I forgot. Didn't you apply it took a black on its next check, right? Wasn't it supposed to
No,
take a...
I think we only did one wound to it. We didn't do anything to hinder it.
Yeah, I don't remember anything like that.
Oh, okay. Okay. For some reason, I thought that there's something... I thought it had like a setback on its next check. Okay, that's fine then. With that, it took... It isn't taking a black from its being caught in its tail caught. It's taking a threat or a wound. Sorry.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, Matrith is not that hot at the close combat. Is there any way I can disengage and move?
Yeah, I was
towards
gonna say. I think I think it's fair to say that you got thrown into short range. Like you're not gonna be just plopped off unceremoniously because it's just way cooler for you to like fly off and land on your feet. You know, half a dozen feet away or something.
with the anime one hand down landing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can do like
So-
the Black Widow landing.
Can I cast an attack spell on the shadowy back person?
Yeah. Go ahead. She
I'm going to
is
use-
medium range from you.
Okay. Does that affect attack spells like normal attacks then, in terms of difficulty?
Yeah. What are you using as an implement? You have a staff, right?
Yes. Oh, I believe that changes range bands, doesn't it?
It has one free range band, and the normal attack spell is short range, so you're basically not spending anything for range.
Okay, good.
So if it's a standard attack spell, it's just one difficulty, unless you want to add something to it.
No, I'm just going to try a standard attack spell. I'm going to use my... I think both my magics have attack, and I'd rather not attack her with shadow. Yeah, I'm going to use amber for this.
So it's just a one purple difficulty and whatever adversary or defense she has. Then.
What's her defense? Oh, it says one range, so...
Oh, we don't know. She's not on. She's not
Oh.
on the board.
She has no defense. Yeah, there's no black dice.
So I'm just rolling against one purple then.
The attacks. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It's only one purple for the attack spell. I thought it was two.
If it's a short range,
Just a basic.
well, it's just a basic attack spell with nothing else on it. It's
Right,
just one.
and the range extender is from your... Okay, cool. Go ahead, yeah, one purple.
Okay. I hit her.
Awesome. So, what is this... Yeah, so what does this attack spell look like, I guess? Because I don't really have an idea of what amber magic looks like in
Basically,
an attack spell.
instead of like summoning things, it kind of you see the essence of like a huge barracuda maw appear in the air in glowing amber lines right in front of this figure and take a massive bite at them.
Okay. This is it's like a League of Legends character hero that does that, I think, where it like summons a shark and it like pops up and eats you.
There's a guy in God of High School and his martial art is just summon a shark, it bites you, it goes away.
Yeah, it's a very effective martial art, and it does indeed prove to be very effective in this situation as the thing leaps up and chomps down on her. Yeah, it sort of seems to pass right through her though. she has this ethereal, ephemeral quality. But nevertheless, as it chomps down, the amber magic sort of suffuses, and you see amber cracks in her figure, spiderweb out from where the bite passes through her form. And as soon as it hits the edge of her form, you see the spiderweb cracks infect. Thank you for catching that strain. Infect the obsidian walls and even the figures themselves that you're currently fighting. And with that one, the one threat, you see a couple things happen. First thing that happens is you see in the reflection of the, you said it's like a barracuda that pops out?
Yeah.
Or a shark or barracuda? Okay.
Still out of a barracuda, yeah.
You see in the reflection of the barracuda's eyes. I don't really know what barracuda's eyes look like, but we'll just assume they have they reflect very mirror-like for now. It almost looks like it's her front, but it's this like blurred. You see, you rather intuit this face that is locked in a ghastly, anguished scream, and it's blurred and smudged as if reality itself were trying to thumb away a charcoal sketch of what should have once been a face. And that absolutely does one strain to you, as this shock of it burns into your mind, and suddenly you see, and in your minds also, as the illusion of the labyrinth shatters and collapses around you, you hear a whisper, her voice say,
Disgusting foreign magics.
And she shatters into a million pieces. And we are out of combat. You guys did it.
Sorry, I was away for 30 seconds or something. I accidentally powered off my computer.
Oh.
Redundant.
Yeah. Matrith sent the amber magic, made spooky lady very unhappy. She disintegrated like a broken window, and the entire illusion and your enemies likewise disintegrated. And in the middle, you find yourselves standing in the middle of this enormous cavernous room with an arced ceiling, but there is nothing else in the room except for in the middle there is a book lying open that seems to glow from within, has its own source of light.
I'm going to step over and try and read what's written on it, I think, unless you'd like to do something.
No, he just puts his sword back and sort of looks around in surprise. These images suddenly disappeared. Then he's just gonna lean forward and sort of turns his head a little bit so you can see the lantern better on the book.
Okay. Perfect. Also, you see on the other side of the room a door opens and you see a light as the door slides open on the other side of the room. As you approach the book, you realize it is a glass, it is a grimoire, a thick tome of glass paper. These quasi-translucent paper are flaky and weird to the touch, but nonetheless maintain their form. And you get a little bit of loot. And I just dropped that into the chat of what you get. The Glass Grimoire. It is a implement +2 damage. When the wielder successfully casts an attack or curse spell, they heal 1 wound. While wielded, lightning and close combat spell effects may be added to the attack spells without increasing the spell difficulty.
That seems cool.
And yeah, as you flip through the book, it almost seems to sort of flip through of its own volition, magic clearly suffusing the tome. Otherwise, would you like to proceed into the next room?
Slight question. Can we roll to recover in strain?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Yes, you can do your strain recovery roll. Which
Mostly
I guess is, yeah, mostly for match breath, yeah.
Could someone remind me how I do that?
You
It's
roll.
discipline or cool, your choice, and it's just a no difficulty check. Every success you take a strain or you heal strain. I do it that every 2 advantage you also heal strain because that's the right way to do it.
Okay.
It's the objectively correct way to do it, whether or not it's in the rules.
I agree.
I'll go with discipline then. That's my better.
All right, yeah, go ahead. So yeah, hopefully you heal at least 1 strain. Sometimes, okay, yeah, good. You heal at least 1 strain. Yeah, I feel like the strain recovery rolls are always the most disappointing rolls. Where you're just like, I rolled 4 dice and I got 0 results. This doesn't make any sense.
So that's 2 strain recovered, right?
1 strain. It's 2
Oh.
It's a 2 to 1 for advantage.
Okay.
All right, and you proceed. Ardenanth and Matrath proceed into the next hallway that is this eerie glow. You find yourselves ascending a series of steps, and we return to the top of the staircase as you guys leave the staircase and enter into yet another room. You stand in an enormous circular stone room that is open to the sky, where Hish casts a radiant light down upon you. A massive stone obelisk at the center of the room is all that marks the interior. Its shadow stretches across the floor, terminating right at the wall of the room, the shadow tip pointing into a recessed alcove. One of 8 alcoves evenly spaced along the wall. You see vague humanoid figures inside all of the alcoves but the one that the shadow is pointing to.
It's a big room.
It is an enormous room. It is long distance, maybe extreme distance across. It's a huge room. But aside from the alcoves along the wall edges, it is otherwise completely barren in the middle of the room, with the exception of the obelisk, of course.
Any markings on the obelisk, or is it just a straight stone?
At from the edge of the room, you can't really make out much. It looks like there might be markings on it, though.
Is my book still glowing?
Is what?
Is the glass grimoire still glowing?
Is the glass grimoire? Sorry, what?
Sorry, is the glass grimoire still glowing?
Oh, no. I mean, yes. It's up to you. It's the glow effect is there is no significance to the glow effect.
I was hoping I could use it as a light source.
Actually, I mean, yeah, I did say it is glowing, so yeah, it is. It will function as like a meager but still effective light source.
Cool. I'd like to walk up to the obelisk and take a closer look at it.
Sorry, you're going to what?
Walk up to the obelisk and take a closer look.
Oh, perfect.
To kind of get a better look at the surface and anything that might be on there.
Yeah, so as you approach the obelisk in the middle of the room, you see it is covered, in fact, in glyphic engravings as you get closer. You can make a hard 3 purple knowledge check to interpret the engravings if you would like.
Which knowledge would that be of my choice?
Oh, right. Mortal Realms or History. Your choice.
Okay, I'm with God at both of those as the other, I think, so I'll go with history. And you said hard, right?
Yep, it's 3 purple.
3 successes and 4 threats.
Okay. I'm going to pocket those 4 threat. Don't you worry about that too much. But with those 3 successes, yes, you are able to. The engravings don't seem to be of any particular language or form. They are glyphic in nature, but you, with your knowledge of history, especially ancient history from the Age of Myth, you are able to sort of piece together a story being told by the engravings. They recount Sigmar's journey through the lands of Ulgu long ago in the Age of Myth, and they tell the story of how he encountered a strange reflective material that, when he peered into it, showed him a reflection not of him as he was, but of him if he had made other choices. When he touched the mirrored surface with his bare flesh, these altered reflections were made manifest, and he found himself in combat with these shades of probability and chance. He tried to destroy the material, but found he could not. However, he marred it as best he could, using divine magics to blur the reflection and inhibit its summoning effect. One patch, however, would not succumb to this spellcraft. It was as if that patch were the crystalline seed out of which all the rest of this weird material grew. A perfectly smooth portion framed by a jagged and geometric fractal ring of infinite smaller reflective surfaces, a mirror into chaos itself. Sigmar eventually found himself looking into that mirror and finding not his reflection, but rather something ancient and from the world that was, and also from this new world of the mortal realms. It tried to seduce him with power and limitless knowledge, the ability to study and master whatever he wanted in a place that contorted time into a knot of madness. Sigmar resisted. Unable to destroy this cursed material, he built this stormvault around it and left it here to rot in this prison that was never intended to be opened by mortal beings.
It seems from these inscriptions that we are merely in a holding cell for one of Sigmar's many mistakes.
For his mistakes?
Some sort of the source of what we encountered before with our twisted reflection. Even the stormvault could not fully banish it, and so the coward left it here for us to find.
Aqua Lady throwing some real abyssal shade right there. I like it. But yeah, other than that, at the obelisk, what you piece together this story, this secret history of the Stormvault, but nothing else seems to change or occur while you're in the middle of the room.
And the high priest did say that we were supposed to go into the vault, right?
So I totally didn't catch that. Yeah, it's
No
garbled it.
The prophecy that the high priest gave, did it say that we were supposed to go into the stone vault and find something?
Oh yes, you were. So the Cainite priestess didn't. She didn't say that you had to find. It wasn't a prophecy of retrieving anything. It was the prophecy was just that this is a storm vault. This is the location of it. Come, grab all the cool loot that's in here. Basically, that was her prophecy. It wasn't. There was no sort of command from on high or anything like that. That was the interpretation of the Stormcast, for the most part.
I would like to move out to the side and maybe examine these humanoid figures in the alcove a little bit more.
Yeah, sure. As you approach the alcoves, you notice that the humanoid figures don't move the closer you get. They stand perfectly still. It's almost as if they don't notice you. And then finally, you get within sight range, and you realize that they are not, in fact, humanoids at all. These are armor racks. And each alcove holds an armor rack with a piece of armor upon it.
I'd probably just call that out and say, There are armors or statues, maybe. Metal armors?
Yes, they are metal. They are, even from a distance, you can tell that they are of a special metal. They are of Sigmarite, in fact. They are of this sort of nigh impenetrable material.
If there was any value to be gained for the caravan, these armors might be it. Dwarven or human warriors in these will protect the caravan.
These alone could feed the entire crusade in Ulgu, and the waves of people scrounge across the realms. Yes, let's bring them back to the caravan and see what the zealous have to say about.
Yeah, that got garbled again. Sorry.
Ah, I'm so sorry about that.
No worries.
Can we try and adjust your sound sensitivity in the Discord?
I've got it set to push to talk, so it should just be transmitting everything that the microphone picks up. I can try reconnecting to the call, which might reset the.
Oh, Craig recording. At this, like at where you're sitting right now, I can hear it. I can hear you fine for the most part. I just, for some reason, like if you lean back too far, it just doesn't catch your voice. I don't know what. It might be a mic setup issue.
Yeah, probably. My bad. What was it? Oh, yeah. I agree. I think we should bring it back to the caravan.
All right. Well,
All right.
before I gather those, I'll walk across the room to where you said the shadow from the obelisk was pointing at an alcove.
Yes. Oh, so go ahead.
I'll just see if maybe you could shine a light through it and see if there was what was in that shadowy alcove.
Yeah, in the shadowed alcove, there is no armor rack, no armor. Rather, it is a hallway that leads to another, leads a short distance away, and then just hooks around a corner, and you can't see past the corner.
Well, carrying 8 armors out may be a little bit cumbersome.
To be clear, each armor rack has a different piece of armor. They're not all full armor suits.
What do you
All
say? You're a big.
You can. I'll gather the entire piece of armor then.
All right, and you gather all of the armor, and it surprisingly makes a full suit of armor. And it seems like if you were to put that suit of armor on, it might have something like 1 defense plus 4 soak, and have this weird thing called Sigmar's Benevolence, that when targeted by an attack as an incidental, you can suffer a strain to spend 2 threat to allow allies within short range to gain defense 1 until the end of the next turn. While the allies are benefiting from that boon, the armor loses 1 soak per ally targeted in such a way to a minimum of 1. You just have a feeling that is something that the armor can do when you look at it. You also note that on either side, the alcoves on either side of the shadowed alcove, those are in fact empty. But they are still very much alcoves. They're just little recessed hollows. But they have there's no armor in them. There's no armor racks. There's nothing inside them.
All right. Well, I don't presume I can actually put this armor on. I guess it has to be special manufactured for trees or something. So.
You can put that armor on.
It's magic.
Yeah, as soon as you touch the armor, it sort of begins to warp and adjust itself to your touch in such a way that it seems like it would actually probably fit you.
In some weird way, yes.
Yeah.
All right, he'll put it on then. Should we just continue, or are there anything else here?
There's the shadowed The shadowed alcove, I think.
Yeah, so the shadowed alcove is a hallway that goes forward around a corner and you can't see. And then, like I said, there's still the two alcoves on either side of the shadowed alcove.
Okay, which takes first up at those one, I think. Mothra moves forwards, holding her book up in a very dramatic way to cast a tiny bit of light.
Into one of the side alcoves or the shadowed alcove?
Yeah, I'll go with the right hand one.
All right. When you walk into the right-hand one, you feel your wounds and strain heal. You are rejuvenated as you enter that alcove.
I found some sort of Ulgu shadow star.
What?
Some sort of Ulgu shadow spa. It has rejuvenated me.
A shadow spa?
This isn't a stormvault. It's just it's an ancient shadow spa.
All right, I'll try and fit in the alcove as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit cramped, but not anything you can't deal with, and you also heal your wounds and strain as you enter that. Would you like to enter the other one on the other side of the shadow?
Sure, I'll do that.
You feel yourself divine knowledge courses through you, and mechanically you receive 100 experience to spend. Yeah, actually, I don't know if you walk in there and just suddenly you stop, just go, You have a little moment of epiphany.
What did you find?
Maybe try and come over here. There's
Must
perhaps
you
some of Sigmar's wisdom still left to impress you.
I would be surprised. Mothra walks over and kind of peers into the shadows.
Yeah, as soon as you pop your head into the alcove, you too receive this sort of divine inspiration and font of knowledge and receive 100 experience to spend however it is that you may or may not have already chosen to spend.
Mothra spends a few moments just processing the idea that Sigmar knew anything that she didn't.
All right, should we just take a few minutes to update the sheets?
Yeah, go for it. Take your time. And we're actually not doing too bad on time now because it's been just a hair over 2 hours, so we're doing good. I'll turn off the creepy background ambience while you guys are
That's
updating.
fine.
As we momentarily step out of universe for you guys to update your sheets.
You live in Ulgu and it's just 24/7.
It's sort of like San Francisco weather, so it's like a really steady, it's always sort of like mid-spring type weather, which is comfortable, but it's always also, it's like Seattle, it's always overcast too, so it's just sort of, the seasonally affected depression is just really tough in Ulgu.
Oh,
it's really,
God.
really hard.
Yeah, that would be terrible.
Yeah.
You described Ogre daytime. How does that look?
Shadowed and overcast. So, nighttime, shadowed and overcast. It's mostly shadowed and overcast in Ulgu. Oh, there are also oily black forests. Don't forget. Of all the hundreds of different ways to describe a forest as being black and shadowed, that is also very prevalent in Ulgu. And pirates. Don't forget the pirates.
Shadow pirates. Oh, are they the elven corsairs?
Yes. Yeah, the Corsairs I think exist in. I think they're in Ulgu. They might be in.
Yeah, I think Anvil Guard's in Ulgu, and that's a big corsair place.
Yeah, well, and Misthaven is like a smuggler scoundrel location too, where it's a free city, but it's mostly populated by like smugglers and pirates, as well. Ulgu's I really hope they expand more of the lore of Ulgu. I think it's a really cool space. There's also a moon that's like populated by shadow demons, but no one knows what that means. Which sounds metal as hell, but no one knows like what that means other than like, oh yeah, they're shadow demons and they have a pact with the elves of Ogre.
Just have so many cool moons.
Yeah, yeah, or the moon in around Gur that eats the other moon, whatever that means, or the bad moon.
Or the moon that Magic Frog trapped corn in for first edition, and they just had a big fight of dinosaurs versus demons until the demons popped out of the moon.
Sounds about right. Well, I mean, now the dinosaurs, the Seraphon, are star dinosaurs, right?
Yes.
So they travel in space pyramids in the etheric void between realms, and transport down as reified starlight.
And recently it transpires raise baby dragons in their spare time.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, well, you know, gotta earn that babysitting money somehow. So
I'm gonna go with a bunch of tears, I think. Not tears, the talents.
all right, so I'm just making sure the OBS is still recording, and it looks like Craig is still kicking along, which is awesome. Let me see. Oh yeah, and I should probably mention, even though it doesn't, it's a weird spot in the recording to mention it in, but whatever. All the music that's used in this is under Creative Commons license by Alexander Nakarada from his complete discography, which is also why I don't really have combat mixes, because there's just not enough music to do both the setting mood music and the combat mixes. And all background ambient sounds and sound effects are by Michael Gelfi, from his many sound effects packages and ambience packages that are available on what do you call it, Bandcamp, his RPG sessions, as well as all of his special sounds on his Patreon. So that's all allowed music and sounds. YouTube algorithm, don't strike us, please. No one's making money from this. So let this episode stay online, please. It'd be great.
Has any of the previous ones been taken down?
No, I don't think so. And for the first one that I ran, I also used I didn't have any music tracking, but I used Gelfi sound effects as well, which is, I mean, his like ambience discography is awesome. I use Michael Gelfi sounds for all of my games constantly. They're really nice. I just wish he had more sci-fi sounds. Sorry?
I get the impression I'm the least experienced Genesys player here, so could I ask you both if there's any obvious picks for a squishy mage that I should be looking at?
Did you pick up brilliant casting?
That's on my to-do list.
Which is nothing for your squishiness.
Like,
Anything strain recovery, so your heroic recovery, your
Yeah.
second wind.
Yeah, because the issue with casting is it has this built-in strain. Like you will always take a minimum of 2 strain by the end of an encounter when you cast magic, because of the way strain is applied for magic casting.
And if you want something fun flavored, you might look at the Elementalist line. Just interpret them into something shadow magic.
yeah, I'm gonna go with. I was thinking ice for the kind of chilling mist.
Yeah, I think shadow and water, or like
it's
abyssal
shadow
Ideneth
and
magic.
element and the mechanics of. I thought that Elementalist had some set ones. I didn't. I'm gonna have a look. Easiest way.
And I forget, did you have any limitations on the talents? Just
On the talents, it's either most of them from the core rulebook are fine. Runes of Terranoth also, they're generally fine. Just like make them Age of Sigmar, sort of apply common sense. And Secrets of the Crucible are also usually pretty good. Those are a little bit more hit and miss because some of them just don't make a whole lot of sense outside of Keyforge, but they're the appropriate sort of like power level and cinematic impact for Age of Sigmar.
If I take Elementalist for anything except air, then I lose the lightning effect from using the glass grimoire. Because it says you may not add any of the other 3 effects to a spell they cast.
Oh, right, yeah.
But I mean, lightning. I could use the grimoire to add the lightning effect to shadow magic, right?
Yeah, that's how I'm applying it.
Okay.
Because I forget what specifically lightning does. It's been
It just adds the autofire quality, so it doesn't have to actually be lightning. It could be
right.
anything like shards of shadow or barrage of shadow. It could be anything narratively. It just adds the autofire quality.
Yeah, I in the case of the grimoire, it probably is lightning because it is like a Sigmarite grimoire, so it's probably but it's like shadow lightning or something. I think. But yeah, if it just adds basically if you lets you add a second round of damage. I think, right? That's how that works.
Well, you increase the difficulty by 1 to the attack, and then you can spend 2 advantages to hit a second time.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So and it does it for free as the grimoire, so you don't actually increase the difficulty. You just
You still have to increase the difficulty for the autofire quality. It's part of a ranged attack, so increasing the difficulty of the spell you do not do, but increase the difficulty of the actual attack of the spell. I'll show you a second.
Okay, yeah, I'm not quite sure. That seems like it's the same thing, isn't it? I am not super familiar with magic, so yeah, I will get stuff wrong. Correct me, please.
Trust me.
I know I do. Okay. So
I'll link it to you in the Discord.
yeah, say if you have that, that'd be good to see.
There you go.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's a secondary thing. So it gains stun. So it gains stun for free, but you can also add on the auto fire quality as well for another increase.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so the Grimoire lets you add that for free. So it lets you add stun for free, basically. And presumably it makes it like Shadow Lightning or something, because like I said, it's still Sigmarite magic to some degree.
Cool. So I think Elementalist does a similar thing, and I'm wondering, does that add the auto fire if you've already got the stun, or would they just be redundant with each other?
They're redundant.
Okay, good to know. If I have multiple may add element for free, can I add both elements to the same spell, or?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if there's no restriction on, like, there's nothing that says like you can only add this element and not other elements.
No,
you can.
I'm looking at Chill of Nordros, which I think is Runes of Terranoth. Yeah, and it's on the talent term, page 10. Your character cannot take this if they've taken Flames of Kalos talent. When casting an attack spell, you may add an ice effect without increasing the difficulty. Your character can never add the fire effect.
But
Your character may
what's
add
the question?
Whether I could add the ice from that and lightning to the same attack.
Yeah,
Yes.
though you just can't add fire.
Cool.
Yeah, and again, like some of these being Runes of Terranoth talents, like they're a little bit squidgy on where they actually will apply. So if it doesn't make a whole lot of sense in this setting, then we can adjust them.
I figured I should run it past you.
Yeah, no one is going to show up from Edge Entertainment and kick down my door to tell me that I'm playing and I'm GMing wrong. I hope not, at least. They shouldn't. I don't think they have the staffing for that.
No.
Yeah. They're still they're still trying to spin up the staffing. They don't have time to put together the the Genesys SWAT team.
And if they do come by, that will be awesome.
It's true. Yeah. I'd ask them, why are you here? Get Twilight Imperium together, man. You're wasting time kicking down my door. You could be writing copy.
This is Genesys SWAT. They only do the modern setting.
It's true. Yeah. It only applies for modern setting, the modern tone or whatever, or flavor.
What size category would a riding eel be?
Silhouette 2. The size of a horse. Like horses and stuff like that is usually silhouette. They're like small silhouette 2.
And a deep mare?
Same. Deep mares are silhouette 2 as well. Yeah, if I continue doing more conversion, of not Soulbound necessarily, but like AOS in Genesys, I'll have to reconsider that, because deep mares are like a weird. They're huge.
They're big.
Yeah, they're enormous creatures. So I'd have to give that some thought, because they kind of seem like they're in between size 2 and size 3, or silhouette 2 and silhouette 3.
Half painted, and it's easily like, twice the height of a human.
Yeah, they're enormous, and well, they also are very and that's true for like all the stuff that I converted from Soulbound became very difficult pretty quickly, because the power levels in Soulbound are so.
But like Kurnoth hunters are
wild.
like 10 feet tall at the minimum.
Kurnoth are, you say, or?
They're really big.
Yeah, I think so. There is a podcast I listen to called Questword, which has an actual play of Age of Sigmar, and one of the characters is playing a Sylvaneth and I think a Kurnoth hunter. And I think they say he's like 7.5 feet, 8 feet tall, is what they've gone with, which makes sense to me. But the Sylvaneth also like they're pretty variable. I feel like in sizes, because I think a branch witch is because like branch witch, Kurnoth, and there's the one other Sylvaneth. They're all sort of like around the same. They're like the same type. They're just like one's more witchy, one's more fighty, one's more like farmy or whatever.
Dryads, that's it.
Yeah. So they're all around the same size and but they're but in various depictions they seem it varies wildly. Like some depictions you'll see them basically the size of like a human, and other depictions they'll look like Ents from Lord of the Rings or something.
Yeah, I've got some Kurnoth hunters done up as allies for my Ideneth, and they're easily Ent size, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm being a massive nerd.
No worries, it's okay. I think we are all gathered around a virtual tabletop and a video conference call on a Sunday to play imaginary magic school bus for adults, basically. I think it's fair to say everyone on this is a super nerd.
Yeah, you're safe.
Yeah.
So if you take an additional rank in a talent, does that cost as much as the next level of talent? So if it's like
Yeah.
It ranks
the
up.
first one is rank 1, the second one will count as rank 2.
Yes, exactly. It'll count as a tier 2 and it'll also cost the same as a tier 2 for your pyramid.
All right, should be done.
All right. How are you coming along, Dilapidated? Do you have a...
I have spent 55 experience points so far.
Okay, cool.
I'm realizing that a lot of the talents I picked out before were for going like hybrid combat and casting, and I went with not that to not give myself a massive headache.
Just go for casting, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, remember this is this is a one shot that's gonna you have a couple more combats left, so it's not a you don't need to make a sustainable character.
I'm looking at my planning and going, well, that's not applicable. That's not applicable.
I went with pretty basic stuff.
While you wrap that up, I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah,
Like 2
I'm
minutes.
gonna invest in some skills.
Gonna go grab some water as well.
Cool.
Just ask if you have any questions.
I think I'm done. I'm gonna stick it in chat to make sure that it looks okay. Does that look alright?
So you did 4 tier 1 talents.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. How's it coming?
I think I've got it all done. I've just put it in the public chat to make sure that that looks alright to you.
5, 10, 15, 20, yep. Yeah, that seems right to me.
Cool. I'll stick that on the sheet then.
I think, okay, oh yeah, there's skill spends at the bottom. That makes sense, yeah.
I'll do
Cool.
mine just a second. Maybe not as ordered as you did, but it's there.
Let me just look at it real quick. I'm not seeing. Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, I'm not super worried about. I trust you guys to not try and game and cheat in the imaginary fun time game that we're playing. So it looks good to me. I think we're all set. Are we so we're all good to go?
Yep.
I'm just gonna
Well, let me update that armor just a second.
Oh,
You
sure.
can do that once you start narrating. It's fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah. We'll wait for Delavine to get back, and then we'll get back to it. Because I think that we can... It's about an hour left. I think.
That's fine.
Yeah. Maybe a tiny bit more, but not too much more. It can't be too much more because I have other things I need to do today. So.
Well, yeah, and we're here in Europe. We're running. Well, we are running out of daylight. it's the middle of the night now.
Oh yeah, you're what? 4 hours ahead of me, probably.
And more. It's
6.
20 minutes to 10 now.
Okay, you're 6 hours ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I should
And
know that.
Dilapidated would be 5 hours ahead.
Yeah, I have a ton of my coworkers and colleagues are in the Netherlands, so which I think you're the same time zone as.
Yeah, the same
right?
time zone. Yeah.
So I should know that, but without having Outlook doing calculations for me at this point, it's very hard.
It doesn't apply the soak.
Yeah, you have to manually apply soak, or you have to add a quality to your armor item.
I just updated it manually. Should be fine.
Yeah.
Still
And
says
if you use the
for-
special on it, we'll just manually tally it too. You don't have to like go in and edit it because that'd be a pain in the ass. That is the one thing I wish that they would do in RPG sessions is have reactive sheets so that you don't have to go into edit mode every time you want to change something. If you're the sheet owner, if you could just like directly click on an icon or something and just change it line item by line item.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
We back and ready to go.
One thing, I do have a snowball here which I can plug in, and hopefully that'll work better if we've got like a minute.
Sure. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, the snowball mics are awesome. As is the Yeti mic. I love this mic.
Yeah, your sound is great.
Yeah, I was trying to get I have NVIDIA broadcast too. Which would be nice if it would work, but I can't get it to work for some reason lately. So I can't turn my air conditioning on. So this room is getting like progressively hot. I'm like sweating slightly more every minute as we go along.
Okay, is this any clearer now?
Yeah, that is fantastic.
Cool. I will go ahead and use it.
Yeah, that is so much better. Good change. Nice. All right, let's get back into it then, shall we? You guys, with your newfound divine knowledge, whether or not it's welcome, you and your new armor, you proceed into the down the hallway and around the bend as you disappear from the shot. The scene wipes, and we return overlooking a large bridge Your characters, Matreth and Ardeneth, exit from a hallway onto this bridge, a great bridge in the etheric void between realms. It extends before you. To either side, a starless black backsets great swirling nebula of myriad colors and hues. There is a hunger to this interstitial place between realms. The intensity of magic just a step away makes the very air reverberate as if uncertain of its current material state. Across the bridge, you see a great cavernous hall beyond a threshold of massive stonework doors. Suddenly, the doors rumble shut, and you hear the squeaks and skittering of Skaven hordes in the distance behind you. You have a minute to collect yourself. What will you do?
So it's not
I
really-
was a little bit unclear on which door shut, the one we entered from?
The one opposite you, across the bridge. So you are on one side of a bridge, and on the other side of this great stone bridge, that does not bridge the gap of a chasm or anything, but literally is just floating in space in between realms. On the other side of that is a great stone doors that just sort of rolled shut.
I'd like to take the moment to ask you, do you have any idea of the appropriate template for the animal companion?
So the appropriate what for the animal companion?
I bought an animal companion as one of my talents, and I'm wondering what animal mechanically.
Oh.
works with Warhound or something.
I think animal companion you get up to silhouette 1, or is it silhouette 0? Silhouette 0.
Silhouette 0 swordfish.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, swordfish makes sense to me. Is there? Let me see if there's like a. Is that an actual adversary block? No, that'd be
That's
great.
Not.
Let me see. Is there?
What does the swordfish do? It's supposed to be fighting, or
Yeah, like the Iconist Hunter, the squishy mages rely on their fish a lot to fight for them. There's some sort of like melee combat assistance is basically what I'm hoping.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can find like a really quick adversary block that would be.
I've got the anthology. I'll have this.
you have something like the falcon. Well, I know it's a bird, but it's a rival that's Silhouette 0, so it has skills. So slightly more useful than
Nice.
say Silhouette 0 minion.
Yeah, I would say a falcon. Falcon would be a good block. Obviously,
Yeah.
flyer. It wouldn't have fly.
With the Aethysy stuff, that's kind of helpful.
Actually, yeah. I was just thinking about that. Yeah. Honestly, you could just straight up lift this stat block and give it these exact stats.
I just wanted to know that before combat happened.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Can you keep track of this stat block on your side?
On my character sheet, I'm not sure if there's a.
Yeah, there's not really a good way of doing pets and summons in RPG sessions, unfortunately. It's sort of like a hard. It's actually a surprisingly difficult problem to tackle.
I can start a new sheet and stick its stats in.
Yeah, I mean, or you can here I can send you this page on
I've got the
Genesys ref, and that has it. Yeah, and if you just want to sort of like take hand notes, I trust your hand notes.
Yeah, I'll do that one.
Okay, Cool. But yeah, so with that aside, though, the rushing hordes of Skaven, you hear them skittering down the halls towards you from where you just came from.
Should we run across the bridge?
I thought
Or
the
should we
dwarves
fight
would
them?
camp on the other side. Fatra,
Yep.
do we have anywhere to go on the other side of the bridge? Or is it...
Yeah. On the other side of the bridge, there's a platform, probably like a couple dozen feet in diameter or so. It's big enough to sort of fit the both of you, and some rubble just strewn about. And
Yeah.
but the doors are closed behind it, though.
I suggest we take cover behind that rubble.
Yeah, we'll scramble across the bridge.
Yeah.
All right. You get part way across the bridge, and by the time you are about halfway across the bridge, the Skaven erupts out of the door behind you. The first creature that sort of barrels through the hallway, barely able to fit within it, is this enormous rat ogre. This mutated hybrid of ratkin and ogre or demon. Is not really clear where the ogre aspects come from in the rat ogre, but either way, it is behemoth. It is one full. It's silhouette 2, to give you a mechanical perspective on it, and skittering immediately behind the rat ogre is a small contingent of storm vermin. Actually, I need to add. Well, there's 3 storm vermin. Sorry. Got lost in my sheets. There's a contingent of 3 storm vermin. Makeshift metal helmets atop their heads, shields in one hand, halberds in another. These are the elite fighting force. They're slightly larger than a human man, and bulkier and more vicious, to be sure. And finally, strolling up behind all of them is a hunched-over Skaven, a Skaven warlock engineer, weird mechanical implements put together in this strange backpack component, staff in hand, as it hobbles behind, ushering commands to its battle force that sees you immediately and begins rushing across the bridge. You are at medium distance from them. The other side of the bridge is still at long distance to you. Roll initiative.
Cool or vigilance?
Vigilance. All right, and we begin combat with 1 PC slot followed by 2 NPC slots, another PC slot, and then ending with a final NPC slot. What would you guys like to do for your first turn?
Any magic you want to do?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I'd like to try casting that wall. I think that's supposed to be something I'm going to do. Within short range, are they within short range?
No, you are medium range from the Skaven.
Never mind. Your staff grants you 1 range increment. So
Oh, true. Do I have to put? Does it take a? No. Yeah. Are they movement?
S- what about your implement?
The staff grants one range.
Yeah, your staff grants you a range. Yeah, that's as an implement, it grants you an extra range.
but just be aware you can only use one implement at a time, so
Right.
you can't use both
Yeah.
the book and the staff.
You have to spend a
choose.
maneuver to swap between them.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's good.
I suppose technically you'd have to spend a maneuver to put one away and another maneuver to pull one out, but that's utterly ridiculous, so you can just swap with a single maneuver.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna swap to the staff if I can cast a curse on them.
All right, yeah, go ahead. Who would you like to cast the curse at? At medium distance from you, there is the hulking rat ogre, or the minion group of storm vermin, and finally the Skaven warlock engineer. I think is a rival. Yeah, he's a rival.
In that case, I think I'm gonna cast it on the warlock engineer.
All right.
It is normally an average difficulty. Ooh, can I add the elevate thing to it? No, wait, do adversaries take strain normally or do they take wounds?
Rivals and minions take wounds rather than strain because they don't have strain. But nemesis have strain. So the rat ogre would take strain.
Okay. And the engineer?
The warlock engineer would just take wounds, actually.
Okay, cool. Can I elevate on that one to increase the difficulty by 1? And if the target suffers strain for any reason, you'll
Takes-
suffer 1 additional strain.
Nice, yeah, absolutely.
So instead of average, it's going to be 4.
Let me pull up the-
Yeah, yeah.
So this is curse, and you're doing the enervate.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
forget
I
his
haven't
adversary.
updated my skills on the
Yeah, and the warlock engineer is adversary 1, so it's just 1 upgrade in the difficulty.
So that would take it from hard to wanted now.
It doesn't increase the difficulty; it just turns a purple into a red.
Oh, I see. Then yeah, I'll look interested.
It gives the opportunity for those delicious despair results that GMs thrive on.
Okay. And yeah, neither of my spell things do that because that's an attack, so I'm going to roll that. 1 failure, 2 advantages.
Yeah. Your spell is not able to take hold of the warlock engineer. Nevertheless, what orthogonal benefit do you receive?
I'll have to remember that one. With 2 advantages.
Can I give you a suggestion?
Go ahead.
For the 2 advantages, maybe like the equivalent of a free remover to activate a counter spell around him with this shadowy magic. It's just a maneuver to counterspell that would upgrade his difficulty, whatever this warlock engineer is doing. If he's doing some sort of magic.
So spending my next maneuver to counterspell it at the time he uses it. Is that right?
Yeah, basically you're just counterspelling whatever he casts next, right? Is what you're suggesting. I'd be fine with that. I don't. Is counterspell like an actual?
It's a maneuver.
Thing?
Oh.
Yeah,
It's
I just
a maneuver. I'll link it to you. Second.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to like see the text. I'm curious about it because I know counter spell's a thing, but I haven't actually read the text of it yet.
I'll link it to you.
But it increases the it upgrades the difficulty.
Upgrades
Yeah.
the difficulty within medium range.
Okay, cool, perfect. That you want to do that? You want to counter spell?
Yeah, please.
Okay, yeah. So as the shadow magic that you use isn't able to sort of take hold entirely, but it
It kind of runs.
when you cast it on him, the warlock just inhales deeply, and he literally inhales the shadow magic into himself, dissipating it. However, there's some residual effect as it suffuses his system. Yeah.
I put it in the text.
Awesome, perfect.
The public though. No,
Yes, yeah. I'm mostly looking at the public text. Perfect, cool. Awesome. And so that was your action. You do still have a maneuver. Oh no, you spent a maneuver to pull out your swap to your staff, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So if you want to make sure to take the 2 strain for casting the spell, and if you want to take 2 strain for a second maneuver, you may. It's up to you.
No, I'm good.
All right. And first up will go the Warlock Engineer, actually. And yeah, and as they sort of cough from inhaling the magic, they go,
Witch! Witch! Kill the witch!
and the Skaven begin to just swarm forward in their vermintide tide.
Matras absolutely hates Skaven, so she just kind of makes a magnanimous gesture of, I welcome you to try.
Okay, cool. And you see he is going to cast gray magic attack spell at you as well, using his warp metal implements that are attached to his back. You say them gather charge, actually. Almost like Doc Ock. And that will be a gray magic check. It's an attack, so its default is easy, but it's upgraded due to your counter spell.
It's also at medium range.
And it is, but the Skaven Warlock Engineer, the first range effect they add does not increase difficulty. So it's able to get it to medium. And I'm trying to see if there's anything else. No, they just don't have to. For gray magic, they don't suffer strain to cast because.
Matras has some defense. Should I apply that too?
Yes.
Actually, it doesn't add. Defense, yeah, you have range defense, right?
Defense 1.
Defense 1? Okay, cool. And here we go, as and they unleash a beam of magic at you. It does 2, so it will be 6 damage. I just want to make sure that that's... They deal... Oh, okay, it's equal to... Sorry, I'm really terrible with magic still. So they deal damage equal to their base characteristic plus the successes. What is this guy's base characteristic of int? Okay, so it's going to be 2 plus successes, 4 plus 4. So 8 damage before soak. You still get soak. As warp tainted shadow magic beams slam into you. Let's do a... And with that advantage, they're going to give a maneuver to... They're going to maneuver into short range themselves. They're going to spend a maneuver to move into short range, so they're now short from you. And then give the advantage is going to give a maneuver as in sort of the rat ogre just rushes forward ahead of the group, following the beacon of the warp tainted magic hitting you. And then we'll go to the Rat Ogre themselves, actually, as well. So the Rat Ogre is now in short range of you. And the Rat Ogre just leaps at Ardenanth, the biggest target it sees. And it just, as it's doing sort of a Hulk sort of roar, and it leaps forward at Ardenanth. It is engaged with you. It is going to do a brawl check against you. I can pull this up.
I have 2 in melee defense now.
You have 2 defense, right? And you have an enormous amount of soak. So
Yes.
Okay, cool. Engaged. Dice. Okay, so it's not getting the second defense from you for whatever reason. I am going to spend a story point and upgrade this. And I did that totally wrong. There we go. Okay. No, that's still wrong. Hold up. Let me reset that roll. I messed something up. Somehow I ended up with like 8 positive dice, which doesn't seem right. Okay. There we go. And yeah, 2 setbacks, right?
Yes.
All right. Here we go. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, he brings his massive fist down upon you. With the advantage, the ground beneath you, the bridge, just as he slams his fist down on you, the stonework fractures and begins to crack and crumble beneath you, turning this part of the bridge into difficult terrain where you are. So you'll need to spend 2 maneuvers if you want to maneuver out of engaged. And the triumph is going to be a crit. Finally, get a crit on you guys.
How much damage does it do?
Oh, sorry. It's 11 damage before soak.
Just a second.
Yeah, that has to do some damage to you, please. I don't know.
Well,
That might not, actually.
I'll spend 3 strain to parry some of that.
Oh. Okay.
He's still gonna do damage, but I'll remove the majority of it. I'll take 1 damage. So
1 damage and 1 crit. All right, perfect.
I do have the durable talent, so subtract 10 from your critical roll.
Okay, so the way crits work in RPG sessions is you actually roll the crit.
I roll the crit. All right.
You roll the crit. Yeah. So I think so. If you have yourself selected, click on that polyhedron to the right of the Genesys dice, and it should have a roll crit. I think you can add a modifier too.
I can actually add the -10 for this.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I thought. Okay, perfect. Cool.
That's appropriate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you slam down. You're able to sort of suffer through the blow in your Sigmarite armor infused form now, but you are knocked off balance, and the stonework of the bridge cracks underneath your feet as you suffer the blow, I think. And that's that for that round. Next turn. I think it's Ardenanth. It is your turn, actually.
Yes. So I better take care of this ogre thing.
He seems to be in the way.
He seems to be in the way, yes. I would like to do something about that minion group, but I'll leave that to Mardarth. Well, seeing this massive opponent, he's gonna sort of go into a low crouch and take a defensive stance, activating a talent.
All right, awesome.
And just swing at him, yes. So he's adversary 2?
He is, yes, adversary 2. It should be on the sheet. Yep. Yeah. It should say under his little, like, character bar on the left side, what their adversary stats are.
I think I got him here. So, and I add a black die, right, from the crit.
Yes, to your next skill check. So as you're rebounding off of the blow, you're not as coordinated as you usually are.
There we go. Let me try and do this. Yep.
Holy what? So 2 successes, 2 threats, and 2 triumphs.
Yeah. So
That's a
so it
crazy
comes to
roll.
those crazy roll. 9 damage with 1 pierce.
1 pierce. Okay. He has soak 7, so soak 6, so it's 3 damage, 3 wounds. But with the 2 threat, with the 2 threat, you as you're attacking, a massive clawed paw from the rat ogre just grips around your torso and just begins to squeeze. You'll suffer a setback on your next check. What are you gonna do with those 2 triumphs?
That's a good question. I would like to just pound him off the bridge, but that's a little bit too much, maybe. So,
Yeah, I wouldn't give you knocking him off the bridge. That would be that wouldn't work. But crits obviously, and then other other stuff like parts of the bridge beginning to collapse behind the rat ogre. For 1 triumph, like I think you could collapse part of the bridge behind the rat ogre, so it would make it very difficult for the storm vermin to get across to you guys. Something like that.
that'll be fine. So
Okay.
crit him once and collapse some of the bridge.
All right, cool. Yeah, so you slam into him, and I think your sword hits him so hard that he braces himself beneath the blow as it bites into his flesh. Appropriately for Warhammer, gruesomely cutting into him, but he also doesn't care because he's just rat ogre, so they just are sort of out of their minds. But the bridge begins to crumble directly behind him, exposing a gap between the storm vermin and you guys that they will need to figure out how to cross. And let's see what crit you hit on him. Do you have any changes? Nothing affects crit rolls for okay.
Not
no
with
vicious
this
or
sword.
anything.
No.
Oh, all right. And I think appropriately enough, the sword biting into him, it wins him, so he cannot suffer strain voluntarily, which he could actually do because he's a nemesis, or gain additional maneuvers until this is healed.
Cool.
And are you spending a maneuver to do anything?
No, I'm just standing there. I think I've activated defensive stance, so he sort of blocks the bridge, protectively.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I like that. So, Matreth directly behind you as you are holding off single-handedly this hulking, monstrous rat ogre. We move to the next NPC slot, which will be the storm vermin. They skitter to a stop as the bridge crumbles before them. And how are they going to... So I think that this will be a hard athletics check for them. And failures basically mean that some number of them falls into the abyssal void beyond the bridge.
Are they just going over the rat ogre while it's in mid-combat?
What's that?
Are they just going over the rat ogre while it's fighting Archer?
They're just trying to get across the gap, they're trying to leap across the gap to the other side, and if they do, they will scurry around the rat ogre, atop, below, just generally around. But with that though, it is going to be a hard athletics check. I am going to
I was just happening. Your microphone is breaking up a little bit again. Maybe move it closer or crank up the boost or the volume for it a little bit.
How do I boost the volume on my end?
In mic boost under your microphone settings. So if you go into sound settings, I think I don't want to. If I open it, it'll like screw stuff up on my recording. But I think it's in sound settings. You can change microphone boost. I'm going to spend a story point to upgrade the Storm Vermin as the Skaven Warlock Engineer, screeching from there, "Go, go, kill, kill!" and is shouting at them, and they will make it across just barely. And they'll use the maneuver to enter into engaged with. So, Matrith, did you take a maneuver to move back at all? Did you?
No.
You're still at medium or at short, I guess, from the engineer.
It was medium when I did the spell cast. If he's moved towards me since, then it would be short.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay, you're right. So you are at medium from these guys. The warlock was at short from you. Because the warlock just did that as a maneuver. That was part of like just their turn. Yeah. So the storm vermin close the gap and sort of swarm around, ignoring Ardeneth for the moment as they just rush towards you, Matreth, but they are still at short distance from you now, and it goes back to the top of the initiative order.
Is that me?
It can be. It's up to you guys how you want to do the initiative.
Blast them.
Sorry, go on.
Just blast them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to do first I'm going to spend a maneuver to stop the Grimoire. And then I'm going to
Sure.
cast
Let's turn that off.
on the Storm Vermin. And I think that's usually easy difficulty. I've got the... Yeah, easy difficulty is normal.
Yeah, for your attack, if you're in short range of them, which they are.
I realized that I couldn't actually afford to take explosive casting, so I'm not using that. But I do have Chill of Nodros, which also adds the ice effect, so I think that's lightning and ice if I'm using the Grimoire. Yeah.
All right, and also don't forget you have those. You have 2 story points available for spending.
Yes. Is there a table for spending those in combat?
Just upgrades.
Yeah,
Just upgrades the roll.
it's not a specific thing, and it's upgrade the roll. I treat them as basically filling out the scene in a way that isn't necessarily immediately logical. Like, it obviously can't be totally like, you can't be like, oh yeah, I found a nuclear missile or whatever. But like, it's something that like you can establish something sort of de novo out of nowhere with a story point. And also you can just upgrade an ability check or downgrade.
Okay. Can I spend a story point to upgrade it, because I'm going to upgrade the difficulty of the check by adding the... What does blast do again?
Blast will if you oh god, what does blast do? I was just looking at this a minute ago.
It's a status or something.
Yeah, if a blast will give you your magic rating, as a blast rating, and then
Yeah.
you can activate it for 2 advantage, and
Right.
everybody engaged with that target will take your number of successes plus your blast rating in damage.
That's
It's
nice.
very effective against the minions,
Okay.
but there's no reason to do that and auto fire. So so if
Yeah.
you're
Right.
using your Grimoire, you might as well just hit with the auto fire.
Yeah.
Right, because for minions, auto fire will do the same. Yeah, unless you're trying to also hit. They're within short. Well,
You see.
they're effectively within engaged range of the rat ogre. I think just logically because they're scurrying past. So if you could use the blast to hit the rat ogre if you wanted.
No, I'll use the auto fire, which upgrades it to an average difficulty, and spend a story point to upgrade my dice pool to 3 yellows versus the 2 purples.
Awesome. All right.
2 successes, 2
Wow.
advantages, and 1 triumph.
You could spend that triumph to crit the minion group, and that would automatically remove 1.
I'll do that then, please.
All right. And let me see which one gets removed. I forget what their health is. Okay, there we go. Found it. One just. I think that the one you don't like blow it up or anything. You actually your magic slams into it and it sails off the edge of the bridge, and rather than fall down or under the force of any gravity whatsoever into the void like you might expect, it actually just continues to float out into the void, this abyssal void. The wild, untamed, raw magic of the etheric space between realms very quickly dissolves its flesh and then muscle, sinew, and bone. And in the blink of an eye, it has sublimated into this etheric void between space. The damage is how much damage did you do? 6 damage. It's 2 successes plus your Grimoire boost, which I think is +4, right?
Grimoire is. When the wielder.
Oh, it's +2 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 4 damage. So that actually does not overcome its soak.
4 plus the intellect.
Oh, right. What's your intellect? That's 4 or 3?
Intellect of.
I think
3.
3. So it's 7 damage. Okay. So 1 damage sneaks through the soak, and sort of dissipates. The shockwave of the blast that hit the one off the bridge dissipates into the remaining storm vermin. The 2 remaining storm vermin. Mm-hmm.
The 2 advantages to activate the auto fire.
Absolutely, yes. I was gonna say, and you can use that 2 advantage to activate any qualities you want, including auto fire, which I need to look at again to see how that works. It's just a raw.
But can I give you a suggestion?
Yeah.
You did add the ice effect, right?
Yes. Do I have to spend advantages to activate that?
Yes. And I would suggest that you activate the ice effect instead, because that adds immobilized. That means they cannot take a maneuver, so they cannot move any closer. They'll sort of stuck there, and they cannot advance towards either you or me.
I'll use that and make some ratsicles.
That's okay. That's good. Yeah. And the remaining vermin sort of like look down into like and are doing this chittering sound, and then as the ice crinkles up over their legs and binds them to the ground where they stand. You have a maneuver. Would you like to do anything with a maneuver?
Yes. I would like to use my falcon swordfish to attack the storm vermin.
So with you got the talent, right? That lets you spend a maneuver to do an action.
Spend a maneuver to give my companion 1 action and 1 maneuver in a combat round.
Okay, cool, perfect. Also, remember to apply your 2 strain from casting. Cool. Who would you like to have your falconfish or whatever, or swordfish attack?
The storm vermin, please.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that only takes one maneuver because you're short for it to enter into engaged with them. Go ahead and roll its attacks.
Okay. It has. I'm guessing it goes off brawl because its weapons are. Yeah, brawl. Cool.
Yeah, so let me see where.
It's got brawl 2, damage 3, crit 3, vicious, which is. Oh, that's just.
So yeah, you'll roll a brawl. So you roll a yellow and green. 2 purple, 2 black dice, 2 setback. Because these guys have melee defense 2. With their shields. And yeah, that's it, unless you think there's another reason you should get a booster or something.
No, not that I can think of.
All right.
1 failure and 1 advantage.
So yeah, they your swordfish sort of floats through the ethereal sea and chomps at them, but they hold their shield up, defending against its meager attacks. The advantage, yeah, I mean, I can sort of give you a useful observation about the battlefield with the advantage. I can't think of really anything else that would make sense.
Yeah, outside of the usual mechanical stuff. Yeah, if you could do that, that would be helpful.
Okay. So there is rubble strewn all over the bridge that even before the damage that's being done to it with this melee, that offers ample cover and hiding were you to dive into it.
Okay. Is that against ranged attacks, or would that affect melee attacks?
Range. No, it would affect range attacks for the most. It depends on how much cover you took. If you spent 2 maneuvers deeply embedding yourself in the rubble, I would give you a defense against melee attacks. Which would narratively it would be you running around the rubble, not becoming one with the dirt or something.
I was thinking maybe if there's 2 big boulders and just enough room to squeeze through, then that might be a defensible kind
Yeah, exactly. That would take 2 maneuvers for you to engage with that much, and that would give you 2 setbacks. That would give you 2 range defense, and I would give you a melee defense as well for it.
Cool. I'm going to, and at the end of my turn, I'll spend 2 strain to take another maneuver and
Begin to squeeze into the boulders or something.
Can I spend them individually for that, or does it have to?
You can spend them individually. I'm fine with you spending them individually.
Yeah, can I do that then, please?
Okay, yeah, so take your 2 strain, and as Metrith begins to sort of wiggle in between these 2 massive boulders that are conveniently and very cinematically located right on the bridge next to you guys, giving her 1 range defense for now against range attacks, and then 0 melee defense for the moment.
Okay, cool.
And we go to the next NPC slot, and I think that, the Warlock Engineer sees you doing that and is going to cast his magic, and he can do this other thing, which is... can add manipulative onto attacks for free.
That's really bad, standing on a bridge.
It might be. I gotta find out what the exact nature of manipulative is, though. That's
You spend an advantage, 2 advantage to move them 1 range band.
Right, perfectly. Okay. Perfect, exactly. So the Skaven is going to target Matreth, somehow your worst nightmares of the Skaven are coming true today, as your sort of arch nemesis, these rat things, seem to be launching an all-out assault, really, really focusing on you. Gray magic. It will be.
It's actually only one advantage per range band.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, to move it up to one range band in any direction. So as manipulated for free. Also that, so it's just one difficulty for this, and it will be, and you get one setback. Do you want at this point to spend a story point to downgrade their ability or anything like that?
What's the current dice pool look like?
2 yellows, 2 greens, a purple, and a black.
Go ahead, because it'll be bad for you if it actually hits.
Is it better if I downgrade or add purple dice to that? Do you think?
Well, you'd add a red dice to it.
Yeah.
It
depends on their dice pool, but usually mathematically downgrading is better. Thematically upgrading is
you
more
can't
fun.
you can't downgrade this one just because there's only one purple, so there's nothing to downgrade.
Oh, I thought it was a choice between.
Oh, you can upgrade. Oh, sorry, never mind. I'm screwing it up. Yes, you can upgrade the difficulty, or you can downgrade one of their yellows to a green. You can change a purple to a red or a yellow to a green.
I'll change a yellow to a green then, please.
Okay, cool. And with that, 2 successes, but no advantage. So this was a very well selected downgrade. And where's his damage though? So sort of neon green shadow magic seeps around the boulder that you are trying to take cover in, and it does plus int, so 6 plus successes, 8 wounds before soak.
Is that to me?
That is to Matrath.
Okay, that's 6, and that takes me to 1 wound left.
It's true, yeah. So, Rat Ogre will go next, and again he will slam down on Adrenanth.
2 defense and 1 upgrade for the defensive stance from last round.
All right, perfect. Rat Ogre, there we go. 2 defense. Okay, got the 2 defense this
and
time.
1 upgrade.
1 upgrade, right? Okay.
For defensive stance.
Okay. And was there another? He took another setback, right? On.
Did he? No, that was me. That was me. That was not him. He took the winded thing, so he couldn't spend strain, basically.
Right. Okay, perfect, cool. Or take a free maneuver, or take a maneuver. I'm not sure how that's worded. Really strange. I'm not sure if it's.
He can take maneuvers. He just
cannot spend strain to take a maneuver. Okay.
Yeah.
But regardless, he doesn't really want to maneuver anywhere. He just wants to beat down on the tree person in front of him, and all those dice, 2 successes, and but that is 11 damage before soak is applied.
Yes, and I will suffer some strain and remove some of that damage.
All right. It is now your turn.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I will spend a maneuver again to keep up the defensive stance and pound right back at him.
All right.
And I had a black die from before, right?
Mm-hmm. You can also toss a healing potion or anything like that to Matrath, who is in some dire straits.
I'll do that in a second.
Okay. Yeah. Just putting that out there, just dropping that.
All right, so I'm adding a black from all that. Fantastic. I'll recover 1 strain and spend 2 strain more for a second maneuver.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
And up in his branches, he has a health elixir,
just
and he sort of just slides his head back, and it sort of slides down towards you.
Yeah, I think that this is like where we finally see like that though you both Matrith and Ardenanth are seem to be very different, almost polar opposites. It's clear that you have been working together as a team for quite a while in the thick of combat. You do this like very slick sort of head tilt, and a potion just like rolls off one of your branchlers and just goes plop right into Matroneth's hand, ready to be consumed. But otherwise, yeah. And for those listening, there was no success on that roll, just advantage. The attack failed otherwise. We go back. The storm vermin locked in place. How long does the ice last for? Just to the end of their next turn, or your next turn?
Till the end of your next turn, so Madra's next turn.
Is that something I can sustain on my next turn?
No,
I don't think.
sadly
Yeah,
not.
I think you can only
It's
sustain.
an attack spell. So.
Yeah, it's only augment and maybe barrier that you can sustain. It's beneficial things that you can sustain. But either way, they are locked in place. They're not able to. This is where Genesys gets weird because like they're kind of right next to Ardenanth, but
They're
I guess
still
they can't
engaged.
move into engaged.
They're still
So.
engaged with the falcon, swordfish.
Oh, good point. Yes. So they will, however, continue their. They will return in kind an attack on the falcon. What is the? I guess it doesn't really matter for the falcon.
Swordfish.
Or sword. Yeah, swordfish. Falconfish, swordfish, sword falcon. It's many names. This mysterious aquatic flying thing. I'll just add like a random target for them. So they does the falcon? How falcon has no defense? Oh, actually though it is silhouette difference of 1, right? So
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It needs to be 2.
Oh, and okay, and that's for range, I think too, right? Not for that's for all attacks.
It's for all attacks.
Yeah. But I'm going to spend a story point as information. As chaotic as the Vermintide are, they are the Storm Vermin are known for their very Roman style phalanx attacks, and one sort of holds the shield up, and the other one just lunges over with a halberd. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and we'll see what this rolls. And does 8 damage to the swordfish. And before soak. So if the swordfish has any soak,
Yes, it has 1 soak and 4 wounds.
So I think that it is immediately skewered by this halberd, giving you even more reasons to hate the Skaven.
They've taken literally everything.
The Skaven's like, I just met you. I don't even know who you are. The 2 advantage. They are going to break out. They're going to break free from the ice, I think, and enter into engaged with Ardenanth. I have such a hard time remembering the character's name for some reason. I don't know why. So the Storm Vermin, the 2 of them still surviving, are in engaged range with Ardenanth for now, as they, for the moment, ignore the Warlock Engineer's commands. Back to you guys.
Can I take the next PC slot, please? What is the... Is it a maneuver to chug a health potion?
Yep.
Yeah, just be in maneuver.
Okay. And I don't have the page for health potions up. How
They
much?
just
It's
heal
a-
5 wounds. 5 wounds
Yeah.
straight up.
It's basically a not a stim pack, or it is a stim. It's a painkiller. It's the sort of generic painkiller. I think they follow painkiller rules too. Like if you the second health potion also is 4 wounds. Okay.
Okay. And I'm going to spend my... Is it second wind or desperate recovery that gives me just... I think it's second wind because I took 2 ranks in that. Yeah.
Second one is just incidental to.
Yeah. So can I use that as well to recover 2 strain?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's incidental. It doesn't count as any action or maneuver or anything. Is that once per encounter you use second wind?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Perfect. Yeah, that's awesome. I like that because I imagine like you catch this the Matrath in between these 2 rocks, hiding from this magic and still getting hit by it. Catches the health potion, rips the cork off with your teeth, chugs it. Your wounds re-knit themselves whole, and you feel yourself reinvigorated and ready to enter the fray again. Still with 7 wounds, but it's better than 12.
I'm wondering if it's worth me casting a heal and taking additional target to try and hit both of us, or whether I should focus on attacking here.
I would say barrier or attack. I don't know if you have barrier.
First off, before I forget, I'm going to take 2 strain to use an additional maneuver and properly hide behind the rocks to get a melee defense.
All right,
Because
cool. Yep.
one-
Second maneuver, you're
this time.
back behind. Yeah, so your strain, your second wind sort of bounces out, but you are now like thoroughly embedded in the rocks.
Yeah. And I'll cast an attack spell on the storm vermin.
All right. I think your Grimoire has like a life tap too thing, right?
Oh yeah, it heals 1 wound for each successful spell cast.
Yeah.
So I should be at 1 less wound if you're okay with that retroactively.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
If you cast an attack spell on them, remember to upgrade it once because they are engaged with.
Yeah, so you might in fact hit everyone's favorite use of despair is to hit an allied target.
So I upgrade the attack, is that right?
Yes.
Yes,
Upgrade
yeah.
the purple dice. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna actually spend a story point to upgrade it a second time too. So 2 upgrades on the difficulty. I really want to get that despair. Don't worry. So far, I've never gotten a despair for this when applying an upgrade like this, so I'm sure it won't make a difference.
So the first upgrade turns the purple to a red. The second adds another purple. Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Depends on what your pool is to start with.
It's currently easy for an attack, so it's 1 purple.
It would add
Yeah.
another purple. Yeah.
Okay.
So red and a purple.
Oh, that's okay. Just makes it harder then. It's not that despair.
It does. A lot harder.
And it's got the ice and the lightning if I activate those with advantage. 1 success, 1 advantage.
Like I said, this never works out for me anyway, so you don't in fact hit Ardenanth instead. You definitely hit you aiming for the storm vermin, right?
Yes.
So a bolt of shadow cracks out from actually it does out from between the crevasse of the boulders, slams into the storm vermin. What can you do anything, activate anything with that 1 advantage? You could recover a strain too with that if you would like, or a passive boost. Those are the easy mechanical ones.
Sorry, I'm being a newbie.
It's all right.
Strain, yes, please.
All right, and you feel reinvigorated by the success. Do remember to take 2 strain, nonetheless, at the very end of this for casting spells. Your Grimoire adds 2 damage. Your int is 3, right? So it's
Yes.
5, 6. Okay, 6 damage, which does not actually get through the storm vermin's soak, unfortunately.
I heal a wound though, because the Grimoire.
And you do heal a wound, exactly. So at the very at least you seem to sieve some of the life energy from the storm vermin, which they still have plenty of. The storm vermin, in response, they are actually going to take the first NPC slot, and they are going to press the attack on. Yes, so they are going to use this ability that they have called Shield, Shield, Break, Break. Storm vermin are trained to press their armored bulks together to form formations that are notoriously difficult to break. When 2 or more storm vermin are in the same minion group, they can create a formation. The defense of the minion group increases by 1. Additionally, engaged enemies must make an opposed coordination versus vigilance check to disengage. That it doesn't, because that's ported from Soulbound. I forgot to assign it an action cost, so that's going to take a maneuver for them to do. I think that sounds like a maneuver to me. So they do that. You are now fully entangled with the rat ogre and the storm vermin, and then they are going to press their attack on you, Ardeneth. Engage.
They're still
that.
looking at 2 defense and 1 upgrade.
All right, perfect. 1 upgrade, you said?
Yeah, from the defensive stance.
Right. Okay. 0 successes. Yeah, the one storm vermin sort of shield out, standing guard, and cornering you with a shield. The other one lunging over the halberd, just sort of bounces harmlessly off of your wooden flesh, really. And at the same time, the rat ogre brings a massive, mighty fist down upon you, continuing to slam you, or attempting to.
And that's the same 1
Same
upgrade
exact.
and 2 defense. Yes.
All right, perfect. Upgrade. Is that 2 successes and 2 advantages and a triumph? So 11 damage to you. Does that?
Yeah, still, I'm gonna
It
parry
does.
some of it,
Okay.
but it will still
Do 1
pass
damage, 1 wound.
1 damage. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll a crit with that, as the rat ogre just slams again and again its fists upon you. With a 2 advantage, the rat ogre is going to do this other thing, though. The rat ogre has overhead slam. After a successful brawl check, may spend 2 advantage to deal additional damage equal to the rat ogre's brawn to a target in engaged range. And if the attack inflicts a critical injury, add 30 to the critical injury result. So it has vicious 3, basically, on this attack with this 2 advantage.
Yeah.
And it adds equal to the brawn. So let me check what the rat ogre's brawn is. What is it? 5 brawn, so 5 additional damage.
So 5 additional wounds.
5 additional wounds.
What did you say that ability was called?
Overhead slam. This is another port of Soulbound into Genesys.
Nice. I'm just imagining a big double-headed kind of Captain Kirk.
Yeah, exactly. So I imagine like the Hulk just basically like slamming again and again, and now you're getting like the second fist. The rat ogre is like, I have a secret to tell you. I'm not actually I am left-handed, and he swings his left fist down upon you.
The engineer gave me another left hand.
Yeah. Yeah, as you see the left, you're like, but you already were using your left hand.
And he does something very bad.
Oh my god, wow. Gruesome injury. Roll 1d10 to determine which of the target's characteristics is affected.
Oh no.
5. So your agility is permanently reduced by 1. which is so there's two types of this injury. There's gruesome, and then there's forget what the other one is, but it's another type of injury. Maimed, yeah, which reduces it for the remainder of the encounter or session, I think. This is permanent, so even if you heal the gruesome injury, you still suffer it. In the context of a one shot, it means nothing. But in a longer game, that would have been oof. That's a really rough crit to suffer.
Just a massive fist goes through your leg.
Yeah, and I think it's your agility. So I think like your the fist slams down. You're actually holding up, and I think the fist doesn't necessarily hit your leg. You're still like holding your arms up and stopping the blows from totally flattening you, but your leg just like timber cracking in a storm. It just echoes through the etheric abyss, and your leg begins to give even within the armor. And we'll move to the next slot though, which is now to you, Ardeneth.
Ouch.
Get your
Ardeneth, a Sylvaneth a few words.
And for my swordfish.
Well, there's not much to do than the same thing. So applying a defensive stance and hitting the ogre.
Sure. Yeah. Remember, I think you do have the other weapon too, the scythe, which I think does.
It really doesn't change much.
Yeah. You could apply.
Extended, but that.
Oh no, I'm saying you could deplete it and apply the You could deplete it and apply the blind, basically.
Doesn't it take a crit?
Let
me check. Let me
no, as an action, you can deplete the liquid shadows, and you make an opposed discipline versus resilience check against the target. If you succeed,
that's
no,
very very tough.
Okay, that's fair.
It probably has at least 5 dice in resilience, right?
Let me see what the resilience for this one is.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely have at least 5. Yeah, its resilience is really that would be a rough check. There'd be a lot of purples and reds.
I'm better off with this because it has one defense that helps me a little bit. Yeah, so I'll just basically do the same thing.
All right, and you spent the maneuver to take the defensive stance, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'll just keep that. There's actually no extra things.
And you do have the maneuver available for. Actually, your wounds aren't that bad as I thought.
No, wounds are okay. My strain is kind of suffering.
Yeah.
It's okay. I would like to spend a story point just to.
Go for it. That's what they're there for. Give me those delicious story points back.
Rolling. And we'll add a green, actually. And there we go. So it's 9 damage with 1 pierce.
1 pierce, all right. So it does 3 more wounds on the rat ogre. Yep.
I'll take back 1 strain and crit it again.
Awesome. All right. And let's roll a crit for this PC or NPC.
And yeah.
Did it add the 10?
Did it add the 10?
No, I don't. What the? Let me see. It recorded the things, but I don't see it adding. Oh, it did. It did add the 10. 44 plus 10. Okay, cool. So fearsome wound. The target increases difficulty of all presence and willpower checks by 1 until this critical injury is healed. So yeah, interesting result. More crit though, so that's neat.
We're getting there.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to be on Broadway.
Yeah, his acting career has been erased. He's been canceled. You've canceled the rat ogre. But to be fair, the rat ogre the Rat Ogre knows what the Rat Ogre did. They deserve to be canceled. It was justified. So moving on to the Skaven Warlock Engineer, still focused entirely on. Well, the Skaven Warlock Engineer is short distance from you, but you are now hidden behind those rocks.
Are they
So
on the bridge itself then?
what?
Is the Skaven engineer on the bridge now?
They're on the bridge. They're on like the immediate other side of the gap.
Okay.
Though, but as you sort of recede into the rocks and they lose sight of you, I'm gonna actually have the Skaven Warlock Engineer try and leap across the bridge to go after you, because I think that as soon as it loses sight of you, it would want to. It would be very focused on trying to deal with you. So we said that was a hard athletics check. I'm gonna upgrade this with a story point because it's easy. I don't know why I did that. There we go. And this actually may have been a bad idea, but I'm gonna stick with it. I said this. I already committed to it. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. So the Skaven Warlock, seeing you recede into the bricks, says,
No, you won't leave!
and leaps across the bridge, the gap in the bridge caused earlier. However, it looks like it's gonna make it, and then it has the very cartoonish, like, oh shit, I made a mistake, and just stops mid-flight. And rather than drop downwards, he sort of flings upwards into the abyss, and very quickly just flesh melts, the magic eats away at his sinew and muscle, and then bone disintegrates before the magical wilds of space beyond. And that is the end of dear old Skaven Warlock. Not how I expected that to pan out, but I made stupid decisions. So there we go.
Unleashes 800 years worth of rude gestures that she's learned at the sky.
I think that the final piece of the Skaven Warlock that disintegrates is just its tiny little rat finger giving you the middle finger, and it just melts into bone and then fades away like fresh blossoms in the spring wind.
That was for Rover.
And it is back to you guys. Round 4. You are still in, however, fairly dire straits, because the Rat Ogre is a mean dude, as they're called technically, I believe.
So currently, am I correct in understanding that the Rat Ogre and the Storm Vermin are engaged with Ardranath and not with me?
Yes, they are both engaged with Ardranath, and the Storm Vermin, in fact, have basically maneuvered him into a locked down position.
How do you feel about me going and augmenting you? Does that sound like a terrible idea or a good?
It's okay.
I'm not.
Do
really
you have?
sure this.
Do you have a barrier?
I have a barrier.
That would be awesome.
Are you thinking between me and the Storm Vermin, or you and the Rat Ogre?
I'll just cast the barrier on me. In particular.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like a stationary barrier. You can put like a shield bubble around an ally with it as well.
I'll do that then. So I will take.
And then Matrath puts a barrier on herself. Good luck, Ardenanth.
I was never a fan of trees.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll cast a barrier on you.
Matrath has been building a list this whole time. First were the Skaven, then were the trees. Sigmarites are next.
If Ardranath are good at anything, it's holding very long grudges.
It's true, yeah. They have good grudges to hold. I mean, their creator god did say, I don't really like you guys that much. I think I'm going to murder you all. So, I get it.
Just cast
I'd
it
be
easy,
annoyed.
or if you want to cast it average, you can add yourself to the
Oh,
recipients.
Yeah, you can extend it, right?
Yeah, I'll extend it and I'll spend a story point to upgrade my dice. My good dice, I mean. The dice I like.
So a barrier with additional target.
There we go.
Nice, awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, what would you like to do with that advantage? Take the 2 strain, by the way, don't forget that.
Yep.
And even if you spend that advantage to recover strain, you still take 2 strain.
Okay.
It doesn't matter that much in your case because you've already taken a bunch of strain, so.
Yeah, spinning kind of vortex of ether sea around your body is how I'm kind of seeing that working out. And me, yeah, both of them. Everyone gets spinning vortices.
I think maybe the ether sea, or the ethereal sea, sort of. We don't see it right. We see like a vortex sort of spew out the top of these cracked boulders, and sort of like slump down onto Ardenanth. But then we sort of see the ethereal sea sort of like continue at the bottom of the vortex, just ooze out of the ethereal boulders as it like condenses around you too.
With the advantage, can we say that the currents, like whipping around them both, like pick up enough of the gravel and smaller rocks to make it difficult for the rat ogre to attack, so it takes a black dice on its next action?
One advantage doesn't usually confer a setback. But I think that I mean you could pass a boost that way and just say that the sort of it empowers the ethereal sea sort of splashes up out of the boulder and behind, and we just see like this tidal wave of ethereal sea come up behind Ardenant as he comes in for whatever his next attack is. It'll be a narrative break. Yeah. Okay, so what is it? That gives you both armor.
One extra soak.
1 extra soak. Okay. I don't know if the rat ogre can do damage to Ardenant anymore. Are you taking a maneuver now too?
Can I use a maneuver to recover strain? I forget.
No.
You have maybe some talents that can do it.
Yeah,
like,
if you have a talent or a potion or something.
Desperate recovery. What does that?
That actually doesn't do anything until the end. Do you have heroic recovery?
No, I took desperate in second one.
All right, then there's nothing really.
Yeah. Do you have any potions or items?
No, I took heavy robes instead.
Okay.
So I don't think I've got anything that can use that, unfortunately. And I don't really want to move out from my defensive cover, so.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
But you still have a maneuver left.
Yeah.
You could aim.
You could do an assist maneuver.
Oh yeah. Could I?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, right. What is that? What does the assist maneuver do? It just gives you a boost.
It gives me an extra boost. So.
Yeah, it gives you just another blue. So you basically pass 2 blues.
Maybe it's just good advice.
Manipulating the currents that are spinning around you, providing a barrier so that on your attack they all flow forwards and impact.
Yeah, I like.
Guides the blow or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we do like a flash to like in between the boulder, and you see Matrith is like sort of murmuring spells in whatever arcane language they use. I didn't use the cast spells, like sort of whipping the ethereal sea into the appropriate current, and then says, "By the way, don't get hit." That's the advice. Yeah, okay, but without the end part, probably. Yeah, I think you manipulate the currents.
Warrior and goes, "Don't get hit."
Okay, and hopefully that holds as the rat ogre is going to go and bring his big ol' paws down on Ardenant.
Still 2 defense and 1 upgrade.
1 upgrade. Oh, and you just have the soak. I keep thinking that there's like another defense from that, but you just have the soak applied. Okay.
That's not a despair. That's the opposite.
It's great for me. So I'm not usually this adversarial GM, but then again, also, will you actually? How much damage would this we take? It's
But
10
I'm
damage. Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna spend some last of my precious strain to soak an additional 3.
Okay, and you nullify the damage. Yeah, as the
Yes.
rat ogre's fists pound against your Sigmarite armor, not able to penetrate it. One advantage. He'll pass a boost on as you're to the storm vermin because he is very much taking all of your focus at this point. The two triumphs. What to do with the two triumphs? One, he'll pass an upgrade to the storm vermin, and I think with the other triumph, and I'm gonna combine that with spending a DM point, a GM point. The bridge begins to collapse all around you. You will have 1 round to move from this part of the bridge before it totally collapses into the ethereal void. Thus negating your cover or anything like that. But yeah, you have to move at least 1 range band to escape certain doom. And that will be the 2 triumphs, plus the story point that I spend. The storm vermin are going to... the storm vermin, not realizing this, still fully focused on you, will do their own attack as usual. Engaged.
Same. 1 upgrade and 2 defense.
1 upgrade, 2 defense, and they bring their weapons down upon you, doing 9 damage this time, but 3 threat, however. So how would you like to apply those threat?
I'll take 1 wound.
Okay.
Well, sorry. I'll take 1 wound myself. You were asking about the 3 threats?
Yes. Yeah.
Actually, they're sort of locked together, right?
Yeah, they're in formation. So I would say one thing you could do with the 3 threats is normally you have to make that resilience check to get out of engaged with them, right? But you could use a 3 threat to do the maneuver to get out entirely.
Yeah, but I'll actually rather have them sort of topple backwards, and they move.
Towards that.
Yeah,
Disengage from you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay, that'd be basically the same thing. I think you're not taking the maneuver, but yeah, you're basically negating that the engagement lock that they have as an ability.
Yes.
Yeah, as they bring a halberd on top of you and you slap it out of the way, knocking them back in a tumbling heap. However, you notice that sap issues out of the part of your arm that you use to knock away their halberd. The storm vermin fall back, and it goes to your turn, Ardenanth.
Are they now prone?
They're not prone. They're just knocked out of engagement, basically.
Okay.
Like, this isn't like a strictly out of the chart spend of the 3 threat. This is just sort of the equivalent.
All right, and we need to move to sort of get there. So I'll do that. I'll just move back.
All right. So you take a maneuver to just move down the bridge.
Actually, I could probably hit the ogre and then move back, right?
Yes, you need to move at least 1 range band, so you could hit the ogre and then move. Yeah, spend a maneuver to move.
I'll
back.
do that. I'll give him a hit on the way there.
Yeah, it's a sort of weird thing because you're engaged with the rat ogre, so like. It's not clear if that rat ogre follows you because you're moving a range band away, but you're not focused on disengaging. You're focused on just moving down the bridge. So I don't. Well, go ahead and do your attack. I'm not gonna make you take 2 maneuvers to just move. I just don't know how to. Take me a minute to think about how to deal with the weird range band issues. This is one of those spots where Genesys range bands kind of
Yeah.
don't work very well.
And I had 2 blue die, right?
Yes, 2 blue dice.
There we
10
go.
damage. Nice.
So 10 damage, pierce of 1.
All right. So
And this
again,
is actually what I wanted, because I'll crit him again and activate an talent called Impaling Strike. So that will immobilize him, so he cannot move with me.
ooh,
So
I like
sort
it.
of, he sort of impales him with the sword, somehow crushing his fists where the bridge is sort of crumbling, and pinning it to the bridge.
Yeah,
And
I
then he'll
love
move
that.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, and you step back as the bridge crumbles behind the rat ogre, sort of beginning panic entering his eyes. The 10 damage with pierce 1, so it reduces his soak to 6, so he takes 4 wounds.
And then he rolls another crit.
And a crit as well. So let's see what crit he rolls. Okay.
That is a really weird.
That's yeah, discouraging wound is like I think one of the lamest crits. So I rolled discouraging wound. It moves 1 player pool story point or GM pool story point, depending on if it's an NPC or PC who rolled it, to the opposed pool. So all story points are now in the player pool, and the rat ogre is in a not great spot as he is pinned to the ground.
He's immobilized.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
Perfect. He's immobilized. The bridge collapsing behind him. The next NPC slot, nothing happens with it because that warlock engineer be dead, and it goes back to the top of the round.
So currently the storm vermin are behind the rat ogre, right?
The storm vermin are not immobilized. They're just knocked back from yeah. So they're like right around it. They're like in the general vicinity. They're scattered sort of around the rat ogre.
Using a story point to say that the rat ogre's flailing, massive muscular limbs stop them being able to advance across the bridge as it's crumbling.
I will. You can spend a story point, but it's still going to be a roll, I think, to do that, because otherwise that's you spending a story point basically to say that these guys die. So you can spend a story point to force them to perform a hard athletics check. How about that?
Cool.
To see if they can overcome the bridge crumbling beneath them. Oops. No, yeah, we hit the same. Okay, there we go. And all right, so
I'll take it back if you want.
that will be your action, though, I think.
Oh.
If you do that.
Okay, I was thinking more as a just. Okay, I misunderstood. I apologize.
No. You can. I'm just sort of thinking about it as I'm going through it. So I didn't say that before, but I think that I would. Yeah, I'd require that to be your action, to do that.
What's your? I'm worried about them attacking you, but how?
Oh, don't be.
Ardeneth is immune to damage, apparently. Only crits, which is still a big deal, but wounds are not an issue.
I have 8 soak and the parry talent, so I'm okay, but I'm running out of strain, so.
I'm wondering if I can. There is a thing for heal that lets me.
There is a heal. A basic heal with additional target would do wonders, and then you could just move back.
Yeah.
I think there's a restoration thing that lets the heal also recover strain.
But heal does. The basic heal spell is success is wounds and advantage is strain.
Oh,
Yeah, and I think
remember-
Shadows has. Let me look. I don't. My spell list. Amber Magic has heal.
Yes.
But if you want additional target, you're looking at a hard difficulty.
Yeah, I'll go with a heal with an additional target.
All right.
Amber. There we go.
I would spend a story point to make it more difficult, but the rat ogre bit it so hard that it made me, the GM, lose ability.
Right, so it started off as easy or average?
Starts off at easy, and then the additional wounds is 2 more difficulty, so that comes to a hard.
Okay. Sorry, you're getting me.
So
at
you
10.
can spend a story point though to upgrade your ability on it.
I'm gonna do that then. Oh.
Well, you get the strain.
Yeah.
So you each heal a strain, I think, right? I mean,
Well,
I don't.
The spell is not successful.
It's not successful. Yeah.
So
Yeah. So take the 2 strain though, for your casting. But you can also use that strain to recoup at least some of your already spent strain.
Yeah, it would just be 1 strain, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would just get you down to 10 strain.
Yeah. And
You still have a maneuver left though.
yeah. I'm just gonna. They've both got ridiculous. So, can I spend maneuvers on assist, or is that actions?
No, you can spend maneuver on assist. That is.
the bridge is still crumbling. I mean, we should move.
But yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Again, to me,
off of the bridge.
you could spend. I mean, you could spend a maneuver, your free maneuver, just to run away from certain doom. But you could also spend a maneuver after that to assist if you wanted to for some reason.
Right, I didn't realize I was on the bridge. So,
Yeah, the boulder you found is like on the bridge. It's like kind of nearby, but
then I would
somewhere
definitely
cinematically
spend
appropriate.
move off of it.
Okay. Yeah, as your heal spell sort of fizzles, I think it probably fizzles because you are like, oh shit, there's a bridge that's falling underneath me. I gotta get out of here. And before you're able even to finish casting it, you run away from the crumbling bridge. And we'll go back to the rat ogre is stuck. The rat ogre cannot move this round. You. Did you spend a maneuver yet to move back?
Yeah,
You did.
I
You did.
I
You're off the
disengaged,
bridge.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
you're. Yeah, so you're just disengaged. So we're just apply it like that. You disengaged. The rat ogre sort of just like roars as he's stuck. However, the storm vermin scurry past, I think, beneath and like between his pinned arms and make it to the other side of the bridge. They got knocked back a range band, so basically it's going to be they're going to take an action and a maneuver to get to just where you are. They barely make it by. As the bridge collapses beneath them, the rat ogre, your sword. Did you retrieve your sword, or did you use your sword to pin the rat ogre down?
Well, it's called impaling strike. I was thinking that he just put it through his hand and then lodged his hand somewhere in the bridge. But
Sure. Yeah. I think no. You pinned him down with a sword, but as all proper B movies have, there's a continuity error, and the next scene we see you back with your sword in hand. But as far as the rat ogre goes, its hands are pinned to the bridge, and it begins to crumble underneath it, and then it just sort of floats off into space. It takes a little bit longer for the wild edge magics to disintegrate the rat ogre, as he is so much larger and empowered with suffused with warp stone. But as he floats, he just sort of goes and sublimates into the etheric magic beyond. It is up to you, Ardenanth. You are in short range with the remaining storm vermin.
They're not engaged with me yet.
They are not engaged with you. They spent their maneuvers just to like get to that part of the bridge.
Let me see a second. I could spend your fancy weapon to extend it or something.
Yeah, you could use your scythe, your shadowed scythe, to attack with. You killed 2 enemies, so it's extended. So it hits at short range, and it also has a boost dice or boost die on it.
To be fair, I didn't kill it with the scythe.
You don't have to kill it with the scythe. It's just the shadowed weapons are very eager and like death, which is why Sigmar statues were holding them. Don't think about it too hard. Again, B movie continuity errors doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right. Well, he'll quick draw that then.
All right.
And sort of extend it, casting a long scythe-like shadow, and then hitting the the scavens with that.
I like that. Yeah, I think that we see the scythe. It doesn't even the scythe itself doesn't extend. It's actually just the shadow of the scythe on the ground as Hish far above shines light down on you guys, and it extends towards them, sort of like the Grim Reaper approaching. Go ahead and roll your attack. And you're staying at short range, right?
Yes.
Remember, you get a boost.
And they had some defense, right?
They have 2 melee defense. So yeah, they would still get their melee defense.
All right. Here we
go. That's one of the more frustrating rolls. So yeah, 1 failure, 1 advantage. The scythe. I think that the storm vermin are still in such disarray that you're not able to actually pick the right one to hit. With that advantage, what would you like to do?
I'll just recover 1 strain and then use my maneuver to move further back across the bridge, I think.
Okay, cool. So you are now at medium from the storm vermin. And that didn't happen. I'll just remove
unless is Mardith in front of me or next to me? I'm pretty.
Matrith will be. Matrith moves 1 range band. You'll be in. You'll have actually retreated 1 range band behind Matrith right now. Matrith is also was in short range. So Matrith is closer to the storm vermin now.
Okay, in that case, I'll rather go protect her.
Stay where you are. Okay.
Yeah. I'll use the maneuver to take the defensive stance again.
Okay. Okay. Cool. As you take the defensive stance, Matrith, would you like to go first, or I don't know. It's just top of the round.
I would very much like to try and
go for it.
They're currently on the bridge, which is crumbling, right?
The bridge has crumbled as much as it's going to crumble for the moment, it seems, but they are on the very edge of it. They are short range from you, though. The 2 remaining storm vermin.
Attacked them with manipulative and got the 2 advantages. Could I move them off the bridge?
Absolutely, you could.
Awesome.
It's only 1 advantage.
Oh, nice.
It's 1 advantage per
range bands. So
per range band. Yeah. So you still move them both, but that seems broken. Well, I mean, it's not really broken normally. It's just broken here.
The common house rule is that you cannot use it to sort of lift them up.
Yeah, you have to move them just back in a way. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm currently looking at yellow, green, purple. I'm gonna upgrade it because I want them to go away.
Go for it.
Story point.
I will not upgrade this one.
And it takes 1 purple to add manipulative to it.
Mm-hmm.
2 successes. No advantages though.
But you still land an attack so that is that with your grimoire that you're doing?
Yes.
So remember, you get health back, right? You recover a wound for a successful attack spell, And you do 6. I think you do 6 base damage, right? So it's that's 7 to them. So it's 1 wound to them as your shadows slam into the storm vermin.
And
Are you
maneuver to
you?
take cover or something?
Okay, you could have also used a maneuver to aim if you want to
Oh.
retroactively do that and just roll a blue die.
Yeah, please.
Because I think that would have made sense given the sort of positioning. Well, okay,
Oof.
bummer, but
Oh,
do you want to take strain for another maneuver, or are you gonna?
I can't. I'm on.
That's
12.
true. You could take strain and then immediately faint. So I don't recommend it.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Metrith takes a step away and then falls asleep. The storm vermin. Ardeneth, you are so hard to do damage to.
You did ask me to put a
I
beefy
know,
ranger guy.
and I did this
It could
intentionally.
have been worse. I mean, a
Yeah,
dwarf in full armor would have been much worse.
I know. I brought this upon myself largely, especially because I also had the warlock just like
Well,
plummet to his
actually,
doom. I think
most of it is the armor you gave. I think.
I will. You're both in short range though, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Are we next to each other? Are we engaged?
you're not engaged with each other, unless you decide you are in fact engaged with each other.
Yes,
I'll leave it up to you guys. Are you guys like taking a defensive posturing where you're basically engaged? I think that's fair.
That's what I would have wanted to do, sort of.
With your,
mechanically.
I think that's fine. Yeah. So basically, the storm vermin have to. You're basically shield walling between you and between Matrith and the storm vermin. So the storm vermin will attack you because they have to get through you to get to her. They move into engaged. They're now in engaged, I think, with both of you though, but they're attacking Ardeneth. So they will do that. Upgrade, right? Because you took a defensive stance.
Yes.
All right, and 2 black dice. And
Actually, only one because I changed weapons.
Only 1. Okay, cool. And they do that. Now they as they enter back into engagement with both of you, though, you hear them go,
Shield, shield, break, break!
and they take their they fall back on their training and do nothing to hurt you at all. With a 2 advantage, they will they'll pass a boost to themselves though as they're falling into their formation and getting back into their rote training, and hopefully survive to take advantage of that advantage. Arden, it is now your turn.
Well, I'll do my normal stuff. Take a defensive stance. And then hit
All
them.
right, go ahead.
They have 2 defense, right?
They have 2 melee defense. Yes.
All right, and that's with the scythe. That's
Oh, did it not like tally the damage?
11.
11. Okay. And they have a soak of 6. So that's 5 wounds. Which is great news for you as you cut down one of the storm vermin. They can no longer use their shield break ability to force you to stay engaged, as there's just 1 remaining storm vermin left. And it moves back to the top of the next round. Matreth, it is your turn.
I imagine hitting with the scythe, he's actually aiming for the shadow. So it's the shadow of the scythe.
Hitting the shadow of
Hitting the shadow.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. And yeah, I think we see the scythe like slices the shadow, and the shadow of the Skaven storm vermin, like it decapitates and dies. The storm vermin itself, though, it doesn't decapitate, but it does fall to the ground, and you hear it gurgle in death. Matrith, what are you doing?
You still have 1 threat to spend.
Oh, wounds. Or sorry, strain. Wounds. Take it as wounds. You take 1 strain. Yeah, as I think that taking a life, even as justified as this, is always hard for a Sylvaneth, no matter what. Matreth, what is your turn? Sorry.
I think is there a I'm dimly remembering a mechanic where you can take additional strain, but it starts being wounds. Am I imagining things?
There's a lot of homebrew systems. Like the last one shot, the first community play that I ran, I had an ability like that for like psychic powers and stuff, but that's not like a standard core rulebook thing, as far as I know.
I don't have any ranged weapons, and I think the best I can do is just give you a boost and such.
You could take a maneuver to step back out of engaged, and then fling some spells at the storm vermin.
I can't. I'm at strain 12 out of 13.
Oh, right.
You're completely strained out here.
You could. You have a weapon. You have a melee weapon. You could just try and feebly attack.
Like they have soak of 6, and
That's
I have
true.
a dagger. And she's not been to the gym, so it's pretty unlikely. I think I'm gonna confer a boost onto you, Adrananth, and step back out of engaged range.
Yeah. Have you suffered any criticals or anything like that? No, you haven't have any. You don't have any crits. Okay. I'm just trying to think if there's if you could do like a medical check or something. But Adrananth is in combat, so that would not be. You can't do it on Adrananth. Okay. Yeah. All you can really do is boost and take an active. You can take a free maneuver, or not free maneuver, but spend an action on a maneuver if you want to take one step back.
Oh, does the boost, is that a maneuver thing as well then?
That's a maneuver. We'll just downgrade the action to a maneuver and take
cool.
2 maneuvers.
I'll do that then, please.
Okay. And we go back to the storm vermin. I say they, but it's really just the one remaining storm vermin. Seeing his compatriots, I'll kill you, and attempt to kill you.
One upgrade, 1 defense.
All right. Let's see if this is effective. And it's not effective. So many beneficial dice, and so few successes. Actually, no, I got a good number of successes. I just got like all failures too on the bad dice. But 0 successes, 2 advantage. I forgot to add a boost. For their they gave a boost to themselves, right? 4 advantage. With the 4 advantage, the Skaven is going to he's going to apply a setback using 3 advantage to, well, I guess he'll just apply a setback to you with all 4 advantage. There's not really anything to do with that 1 advantage. So he applies a setback to you on your next action, Ardenanth, as you're sort of taken aback by the pure tiny rage in the storm vermin. Because to you, the storm vermin are still very small. To a human, they're big humans, but to you, you're just like, okay, whatever, it's still tiny. And it goes to you.
And I'll try and hit him again.
Okay.
Taking the defensive stance.
All right. 1 success.
We'll hit it.
How much damage did that do? Does that get through its soak?
That's 1 success, and that is 6,
Plus your
9 damage.
Okay. 3 more wounds. As you do damage. All right, and it moves to Matreth, your turn. Yeah, I feel like there's something. So I will house rule. I'm gonna house rule that for cover strain in structured encounters like this. Like if you, I guess it would just be an average cool check. Could potentially give you strain back. a success will give you 1 strain, and then you sort of get the normal advantage spend. And I'll tell you the reason I'm doing that is because it's better than you just trying to say like, oh, I try and climb a wall to get advantage or some nonsense that you could use to recover strain. So it just makes sense. So I think that if you can spend an action doing an average cool check to try and recover strain.
Okay, I'll do that then. 1 success, 1 threat.
So you, I'm not going to apply that threat of strain. I think that would be really mean. But I am going to give the success as but you do get 1 strain back from this the success.
Okay, cool.
But that was your action. But you also have a maneuver now.
Sorry, what did you say?
That was your action, so you also have a maneuver.
Okay, I'll use my maneuver to confer a boost to Antranath.
As a support. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I was just thinking, like, it is sort of ridiculous that the way Genesys is set up, it sort of incentivizes casters to, like, do arbitrarily simple tasks in the middle of combat to recover strain.
Well, it's rare that you get this far down.
That is also true. Like, this is a climactic encounter, so, yeah. Storm Vermin, they go again. They will do 1 more attack against you, because you are there, and that's all they can do.
1 upgrade, 1 black.
Black, okay, and they spent their 4. They don't get a boost, so let's see. Come on, Storm Vermin, do something effective. 9? Does 9 damage get through? 1 soak. So
One point.
the Storm Vermin going wild with rage lunges in, and his halberd just sort of like sneaks right in between a couple of prototype Sigmarite plates. But then it's back to you. So,
And I will do the same again.
Yeah.
You passed a boost, right?
and you get a boost from the support. I should have upgraded the attack. Whatever.
Oh,
Yeah. And actually,
So 0 successes, 3 advantage. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with right now.
I'm just gonna recover strain because it's much better.
That's fair. And while Arnanth is sort of recovering, taking a breather for a second, Matrath, what are you doing?
I still can't spellcast.
You could. It's when you exceed your thresholds that
Oh,
you
I see.
actually are incapacitated. So you could bring yourself right to the very cusp.
Okay. In that case, I'll go for it and attack them with a spell. And you said
Okay.
there's something that...
If you want to do damage to these, can I make a suggestion for you?
Go for it.
It's you for free. You add the lightning effect, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Just do that, and if you get the advantage, spend them on the stun quality.
Oh yeah, it goes right through their soak.
Yeah, that goes through their soak. Or use your staff and just do a basic attack on them, because you'll do lots more damage with your staff than you do with the
Grimoire.
Grimoire.
Yeah.
I asked in rules questions and people said magic staffs can't be used as a weapon.
Well, not
No,
a weapon,
it's not as a
but
weapon, but as an implement. So
as an
yeah,
implement. No.
unless it's used as unless it's like specifically statted as like an actual weapon, it just adds damage to your attack spells.
Okay.
So either of those 2 options.
That has damage 4, right?
Yeah, your staff has damage 4, so you do a maneuver to swap between your grimoire and your staff. If you wanted to do that.
This done to activate that, is it 1 or 2 advantages?
I think it's let me see. Actually, I think it's
Stun is 2. Yeah.
lightning. Where is this lightning thing?
Yeah,
I can't find
that
it.
seems like more of a gamble than just the 4 damage. So I'll swap my staff for my... I mean, I'll swap in the stuff. And there was something that you said about how in Ulgu grey magic is stronger. Is that?
Yes, you should be adding boost to your gray magic. I think we might have been forgetting that.
Yeah. Is that a blue die?
Yeah, that's a blue die.
Cool.
Sorry, I
No,
forgot
no
about
worries.
that.
Me too. I'm gonna spend a story point if that's all right with you.
Absolutely, go for it. I think if you land a massive attack spell, this is like a super epic way to end this encounter.
And no upgrades to the difficulty, so 3 yellows, 1 blue, 1 purple. Oh,
Oh, that's so 0 successes, 3 advantages. You are brought to 13 strain to the very cusp, but you can also use that. You can heal the 3 pre-existing strain. You can go back down.
yeah, with 3 advantages, can I heal 3 strain? Or is
Yes.
that-
Yep.
Okay,
You can take it iteratively. So you're technically not healing the same strain that you just spent, but whatever.
Use my maneuver to boost Adrena.
All right, and the vermin is, or the Skaven again going to attempt an attack at you. It's going to upgrade once, right? 1 defense. We'll see how this happens. 10 damage, 1 advantage. The 1 advantage does nothing really for the Skaven, unfortunately. But yeah, 10 damage before soak.
And I'm actually gonna, I'm gonna parry that out.
All right, and you are up to 11 strain. 12
strain.
12 strain. All right, but it is now your turn as you parry the damage away.
And so you gave a boost.
Yes.
Let's see how this.
One success. All right, and what is the
That's
damage on that?
9 damage. Yeah.
And that is technically you actually brought the Skaven, the last one, to its threshold. But I like the idea of like you parrying and then just getting this last killing blow with your scythe so much, where like you just knock his halberd away and then slice him in half, his shadow in half, and the Skaven falls to the ground dead. Concluding your combat, you feel safe now. Also, there is no way back across the bridge.
I'll recover 1 strain from that 1 advantage.
Yeah, and you can recover 1 strain from that 1 advantage. And initiative, we are out of combat. You all may also do your end of encounter rolls for recovering strain. Do discipline or cool. Your choice.
Cool. 3 successes, 1 advantage. Is that 3 strain?
Yes.
Cool.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and you got your 1 strain from the 2 advantages. Perfect. The doors behind you with the last Skaven dead roll open.
Oh, I've got desperate recovery in that. Counts.
Oh yeah, add your desperate recovery to your recovery roll. And while you're doing that, we move into one more room. The 2 of you walk into this massive dark entryway. Where is it?
I am Zuvasin. Welcome to my dream. It is so rare to see anyone else here. Would you care to join me in the mirror?
In the middle of a cavernous and vaulted room, there stands a smooth black glass mirror. You do not see your reflections in it, though. Rather, there stands an enormously tall humanoid figure, muscled and wearing various furs. From the neck down, his build and form is statuesque and humanoid. His head, however, is a warped mutation of a human. Sharp, dagger-like teeth rest in a squared jawline beneath a weird slitted nose. Where his eyes should be, instead extend two great curved horns that arc backwards over his cranium, further matting the short, almost fur-like hair atop his head. He leans... He leans forward, seeming almost to extend out of the mirrored surface, and locks an eyeless gaze upon you over the shattered obsidian floor of the chamber.
Few mortals can boast your tenacity. Come here with me, and you can become the strongest possible you.
What do you do? Do you take Zuvasin's offer to join him in the mirror?
What else can we do? Break the mirror, maybe?
You could attempt to break the mirror.
Can I use a knowledge magic to try and see if that's possible?
Yeah. Average knowledge magic. Add a boost because of your review of the obelisk earlier. Because you recognize this as the same material referenced in the the story of Sigmar's travels. You realize it would not. It would be. This is very obviously the same material referenced in the story told by the glyphs on the obelisk. It clearly, if Sigmar could not destroy this mirror, it is unlikely that you could do what Sigmar, an actual god, could not. No matter your opinion on the value of Sigmar and his divinity. So breaking it is definitely out of the question. You also, with that advantage, you're able to tell, though, this is chaos magic. Zuvasin is offering you power that few mortals ever have a chance to attain. But as it is chaos magic, there is always a cost. It's just not, you're not sure what that cost is with Zuvasin. This is not a chaos god or entity that you, at least as characters, I don't know how familiar you are with Warhammer lore outside the game, but your characters are not familiar with Zuvasin.
But maybe this was what we were sent here for, to gain power.
By Sigma? I do not think that the storm god would send us to die with his face, but I think that whatever sent us here is playing games with the Crusades and using the hag as its tool.
What does it matter what God sent you here for? Zuvasin offers you great power. Join me in the mirror, and you will never care about gods again.
So was there anything else in the room besides a mirror?
No, the room is otherwise empty. It is just the enormous mirror with Zuvasin in it.
This is the awkward waiting room with the guy who wants to talk to you and you really don't want to talk.
It's like, hey, I see you're reading Time magazine. It's a nice magazine. There's an article in there about my favorite pop star.
Do we have any like, we can't damage it, and we were sent here on very shaky pretexts, I think, but also we can't. I can get back because I can sort of fly or hop. I'm not sure how I'd get you back there and I feel bad. I'm not sure what we do here. Out of character.
You can, yeah, so I'll give you some sort of mechanical background. Also, I'm cutting a little bit out of the adventure for timing purposes, but you have basically two options. You can accept Zuvasin's offer, or you can refuse it. And that is sort of the decision fork that we're at.
Matreth would definitely refuse it because she's spent hundreds of years fighting chaos. She's not going to stop now.
And I'm probably the same.
As you refuse, whether or not you utter it, the very fact that your hearts harden against this offer, and you know in your emboldened souls that you will not be taking Zuvasin up on this offer, you see him look at you with disappointment. He says,
So sad you find yourselves yoked to these pitiful gods they call themselves. But so be it. Remember, if you ever change your mind, Zuvasin is kind. You will always be welcome back in the mirror.
And where Zuvasin stood, the mirror shimmers, and rather than Zuvasin standing there, there is the encampment. The crusade encampment is there. You can tell that you can go right to it if you only walk into the mirror.
Let's walk. Return home.
Yeah, I've read enough Warhammer novels to be skeptical of walking into magic mirrors. I'm gonna do it anyway.
But you both enter the mirror and return to the camp.
Yes.
You return to the camp unmolested. Fine. You find yourselves, as soon as you cross the threshold of the mirror, you find yourselves back in the camp. It seems to have actually moved forward. It is not in the same location in the forest that it was when you had left. It seems like it couldn't have possibly been more than a day ago, but time works strangely in the storm vaults, and especially a storm vault that seems to extend between realms. However, as you walk away back in the camp with your few but still incredibly impressive discoveries that you've made in the storm vault, the camera focuses on some obsidian shards that have found themselves in your pockets and in your bags and in your on your persons. And in those obsidian shards,
That could be lodged in his wood.
yes, yeah, perhaps like exactly like just sort of hanging off as ornaments that were not there before, but now seem to have made themselves appear there. And in those obsidian shards, we see the face of Zuvasin grinning with his shark-like teeth and eyeless eyes, staring out into this mortal realm that Sigmar has up until now stopped him from participating in. And that is the conclusion of our adventure today. Thank you guys for playing with me.
Thank you for running it. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was awesome. I will be honest, I did actually, there was supposed to be a much harder fight at the very end there, between like your super mega clones, so the rivals, the original clone versions of you, like, are sort of slightly altered versions of your sheets, but in rival form. And then it was going to combine the alterations of those plus your actual sheets and be a much harder thing, especially with any despair, which you didn't really roll that many despairs, and any threats that sort of you rolled along the way, like the fourth threat that you rolled and I pocketed. Basically, it would just add random qualities onto the clone's attacks at the end. We didn't do that because that would have probably been at least another hour of combat, and I think that we're sort of at the end of the adventure today. But yeah, I thought you guys did great. That was super fun. I hope you enjoyed yourselves,
Yeah,
and
really
thanks for
fun.
playing. Yeah. and I am recording this, so this will be up on the interwebs in standard community play form. So, thanks, guys.
Well, thank you for doing it. I didn't know much of Warhammer. Lots of 40k, but not much fantasy. This was fun.